Molt bon dia, benvinguts a tots els de la sala, també el que ens segueixen per streaming i donam el sus en aquesta quarta edició del Fòrum Mallorca Experience Week. Seran dues jornades de ponències, taules rodones...
She's making the introduction in Catalan. As soon as she switches to Spanish, we'll be able to provide translation.
Ho tenim tot a punt, fins i tot tenim les portes obertes d'aquesta ciutat, Inca, que des de fa 4 anys ens rep i ens agradaria per començar, i com dèiem, per donar el sus en aquesta Mallorca Experience Week, que la batlle de la ciutat, Virgilio Moreno, ens acompanyàs i ens donàs la benvinguda a les jornades. Gràcies.
Molt bon dia a tots i totes, senyor vicepresident del Govern de les Illes Balears, senyora Carme Serra, presidenta del grup Serra, i a tots vostès moltíssimes gràcies per avui estar aquí. I no és casualitat que estiguem aquí, com molt bé ha dit la Paula, són 4 edicions de ser Mallorca Experience Week i estem molt contents i molt orgullosos que Inca sigui novament la seu de tota una sèrie d'activitats, perquè posant week, però ja són quasi 10 dies, d'activitats que s'estan desenvolupant principalment a la nostra ciutat, però també a altres municipis de l'illa de Mallorca, perquè ja s'ha convertit en un esdeveniment imprescindible en el calendari de les fires, de les mostres, en quant a mobilitat sostenible, sobretot a polítiques de circularitat, que cada vegada se van implementant més en el nostre territori. Vull donar les gràcies a tot l'equip d'en Pere Rullant, d'en Joan Gilbert, a tot l'equip de ser Mallorca, perquè la feinada que hi ha darrere, i des de l'Ajuntament ho sabem molt bé, aquí també present el regidor de Turisme i Comerç, el senyor Miguel Ángel Cortés, que juntament amb el seu equip també estan fent feina colze a colze perquè ser Mallorca sigui una realitat i sigui un èxit, com han estat les 3 edicions anteriors. Avui a la presentació de ser fòrum, sobretot assenyalar que és molt important poder compartir aquestes experiències des d'una administració que també apostam per la circularitat i que apostam per la sostenibilitat. És molt important poder contrastar experiències, opinions, amb gent professional, amb gent que està fent feina dia a dia en tot el tema d'energies verdes, de sostenibilitat, de circularitat, perquè aquestes aliances que han de crear entre el públic i el privat són i seran essencials per poder dur endavant tots aquests grans reptes que tenim per endavant. Nosaltres de l'Ajuntament d'Inca estem apostant per dur endavant moltíssimes iniciatives, des de lo que són plaques solars, es poder tenir un parc de plaques solars municipal, un espai on tenim els pous d'aigua potable i que puguin subministrar aquesta energia verda directament en els nostres motors d'aigua potable, o també per primera vegada també iniciats estudis per poder convertir el nostre municipi en tot un gran parc de carregadors elèctrics, d'instal·lacions de carregadors elèctrics, perquè els nostres ciutadans i tots aquells visitants que vulguin venir a la nostra ciutat puguin tenir el subministrament elèctric en els seus vehicles, etc. Són moltíssims els objectius que tenim per endavant, són moltíssims els reptes que tenim per endavant i són imprescindibles aquestes iniciatives per poder contrastar, per poder canviar opinions i sobretot aprendre un dels altres. Per això, benvinguts a la nostra ciutat, benvinguts a la fàbrica Ramis i que esperem que aquesta edició sigui un èxit i que l'any que ve ens tornem a veure aquí mateix, aquí a la vostra ciutat, aquí a Inca. Moltes gràcies.
Esperem que sí, senyor Virgilio Moreno, que l'any que ve ens trobem a una nova edició, també a Inca, a Fàbrica Ramis, que també ens acull cada any jo crec que més que bé, tenim un espai fantàstic. També agraïm la presència del senyor Juan Pedro Illanes, vicepresident i conseller de Transició Energètica, Sectors Productius i Memòria Democràtica, i ens agradaria que també ens ajudàs a començar amb el dia d'avui, que serà llarg i intens, però segurament molt interessant. Juan Pedro.
Bé, bon dia a totes i tots. Gràcies, Paula. Valde, moltíssimes gràcies de nou per l'hospitalitat aquí a Inca. Carme, presidenta del grup Serra. De nou, aquesta iniciativa fantàstica en aquest espai meravellós que és la fàbrica Ramis d'Inca. I moltes gràcies sobretot per convidar-me avui a participar en l'obertura d'aquesta nova edició de l'e-Fòrum de la Mallorca Experience Week. En primer lloc, no pot ser d'una altra manera, vull donar l'enhorabona a tots els organitzadors per aquesta nova edició, 4 edicions ja, i la seva evolució en el temps fins a convertir-se en una cita fonamental en matèria de sostenibilitat i transició energètica. Aquest s'ha convertit en el fòrum més important de les Illes Balears per tractar d'aquestes qüestions, i aquest any comptam amb una gran participació de tots els sectors que estan involucrats. Tenim un cartell de luxe i de qualitat amb representants del sector energètic, experts en canvi climàtic, del sector públic i del món local, iniciatives exemplars del sector privat, del sector turístic. Jo vull centrar aquesta obertura a recordar el moment de l'emergència climàtica a la qual ens enfrontam i la capacitat que encara tenim tots junts de mitigar els seus efectes. A les Illes Balears vam ser pioners amb una llei de transició energètica i canvi climàtic que ja té 4 anys. Una llei que ens marca uns objectius clars de reducció d'emissions, penetració d'energies renovables i reducció del nostre consum energètic. Estem vivint uns anys que són transcendentals per combatre el canvi climàtic i limitar els seus efectes. Dic limitar perquè ja arribem tard per aturar-lo, però els experts ens recorden que hi ha una oportunitat per rebaixar l'impacte. Els informes dels experts del grup intergovernamental sobre el canvi climàtic de Nacions Unides assenyalen que accelerar la transició energètica abans de 2025 és absolutament vital, estratègic, per fer front a aquesta emergència. A més, la situació energètica internacional provocada per la invasió d'Ucraïna per part de Rússia ens ha recordat el que alguns portaven anys advertint, la gran dependència energètica que tenim de l'exterior. Per aquest motiu, des del començament de la legislatura, parlem de la sobirania energètica com una política estratègica per a guanyar en competitivitat i seguretat. I per això necessitem ambició, accelerar i elevar els objectius establerts ja fa 4 anys. Hem de reduir el nostre consum energètic de manera contundent, electrificar la demanda, avançar cap a una nova mobilitat col·lectiva i compartida i, sobretot, cap a un nou model econòmic sostenible. Tots els sectors han d'incorporar la perspectiva climàtica en la seva acció. Han de tenir en compte els recursos naturals existents per satisfer les necessitats. I el turisme, com a principal sector econòmic de les Illes Balears, també té una gran responsabilitat en la mitigació del canvi climàtic. Turisme i mobilitat són els principals reptes que el programa d'aquestes jornades porta aquest any a debat i reflexió. Les Illes Balears han pres la decisió d'apostar fortament per la qualitat i no per la quantitat de visitants. La reforma de la llei de turisme fa un any, amb la limitació de creixement de noves places turístiques, és un punt d'inflexió. Aquesta és la primera passa en aquest sentit, però és necessari anar més enllà. El turisme necessàriament ha de reduir la seva petjada ecològica i ha d'incorporar els màxims estàndards en matèria d'eficiència energètica, optimitzar els recursos i reduir el seu impacte ambiental i social. I per fer-ho possible tenim una oportunitat immensa en la quantitat més gran de la història de fons destinats a invertir en transició energètica, complir amb les obligacions de la llei i aconseguir els objectius marcats abans de temps. A més, l'economia verda representa un sector econòmic molt important que ens ajuda a diversificar l'economia. Avui hem rebut la notícia que s'amplia el programa MOVES 3 en 8,3 milions d'euros. Som una de les 4 comunitats autònomes que ha demanat aquesta ampliació i que, efectivament, el Ministeri ha estat sensible amb aquesta petició del govern de les Illes Balears. Jo crec que és una bona notícia que per tot el tema de la mobilitat elèctrica, que és un tema central en aquestes jornades, tinguem una ampliació de 8,3 milions d'euros en el programa MOVES 3. Ja tenim en marxa més de 10 convocatòries del Pla d'Inversions per a la Transició Energètica que posaran a disposició de ciutadania, empreses i sectors econòmics gran part dels 233 milions d'euros que els fons europeus que el PA contempla només per a les Illes Balears. Hi ha convocatòries per a múltiples accions com solaritzar aparcaments, per a grans consumidors, per a tot tipus d'administracions públiques, per impulsar l'electrificació de ports, per lluitar contra la pobresa energètica, per crear una nova mobilitat elèctrica. Des d'aquí vull animar a tots a aprofitar aquesta oportunitat a presentar projectes per sumar-se ja, de manera immediata, a la sostenibilitat. Així doncs, us desitjo un èxit en aquesta nova edició. Estic segur que serà un èxit com les edicions anteriors, de la que estic segur que sortiran reflexions i projectes molt interessants per fer de les Illes Balears, per fer de les nostres illes un territori referent en matèria de sostenibilitat. De nou, moltíssimes gràcies a tots i tots i unes jornades molt profitoses xerrant d'un tema absolutament estratègic per a aquesta comunitat autònoma, per les nostres 4 illes. Gràcies.
Moltes gràcies, senyor Batlle, moltes gràcies, conseller. I començam ja ara amb la primera sessió d'aquesta dematí, que té per títol Reptes energètics front al canvi climàtic. Seran 6 ponències i una taula redona que tindran com a moderador i conductor a Arturo Larena. Arturo Larena és director i fundador d'EF Verde. De fet, és una plataforma de periodisme ambiental, ja està aquí preparat Arturo, i que ell va impulsar l'any 2009. Entre d'altres reconeixements, Arturo és Premi Nacional de Medi Ambient i Premi de la Fundació BBVA a la conservació de la biodiversitat. Per tant, començam amb Arturo i amb aquesta primera sessió d'avui de matí.
Muchas gracias, Paula.
Thank you very much, Paula. As they say, if you want to have changes in society, you have to convince politicians, and then changes will be rapid. And if you want them to be long-lasting, you have to convince the public. I think when we talk about the ecological transition, that's everyone's always convinced. Mayor Virgilio Moreno highlighted that need to work with the local and administrations and private companies to make progress in this. And the minister said a few interesting things. It's true that the Balearic Islands is one of the pioneering communities in having a climate change law. Now it's time to comply and apply it. They often say that we don't need more legislation, but we just need to apply what we have. But in any case, it is a referential region in environmental matters and in biodiversity. It's a treasure and a privilege for all Spaniards. First of all, good morning. Welcome to this 4th forum. Energy challenges against climate change. It could be against the climate crisis or emergency. Journalists no longer talk about climate change. We talk about emergency or crisis. In the case of the EFE agency, we decided to talk about climate crisis. We created an advisory group on this. As you know, this session is part of the Mallorca Experience Week, And it talks about Inca and the autonomous community of the Balearic Islands. It's a gathering between people, companies, and in short, all citizens are worried about sustainability and ecological transition. It's also the 4th edition of this forum, this global meeting on sustainability, energy efficiency, the economy, circular tourism, always committed to the environment. And therefore, we have to congratulate the Serra Group, the Municipal Council of Inca and its mayor, the head of the autonomous community and historical community, and the sponsors who make this forum, this meeting possible, where we will debate on topics that are not for the future, but are the present, and we're all very concerned about. This also takes place just a week after the experts of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, who met in Switzerland, made public their 6th assessment report. It's the most complete since the Paris Agreement, and unfortunately, the diagnosis isn't good. And we knew this because the previous ones had already talked about this. We're at the edge of the cliff, and the challenge is staying there and taking a step backwards. But that step back will require deep changes and a few sacrifices, but they will be necessary if we want to be in a better place. Heat waves, droughts, adverse weather phenomena are increasingly frequent. They're saying that if Vivaldi had to rewrite the 4 seasons, he'd probably leave it at 2. Just this week, Greenpeace Climate, the Director General is here. They were abseiling down a big shopping center, and they were starting one of the most emblematic campaigns, and there's no longer any spring season, so that should make us think and reflect. The forest fire campaign has began 3 months early. We're having terrible wildfires in Castilla and Teruel, and last year it was it was the 2nd worst in this century regarding big wildfires. I'd also like to remind you that the Mediterranean basin is a red area, it's a hot point regarding climate change, and those effects are already being felt. And therefore, the organizers would like, beyond the catastrophism, we'd like to provide ideas, solutions, meeting points, so we can advance positively, because we can always find a positive approach. And having said this, although they've already introduced me, I'm an environmental journalist. Until a few years ago, we were just the people who talked about butterflies and birds. We weren't considered a very prominent speciality, but now the environment is on the front pages and headlines in the news, and society increasingly needs more information on this type of content. The number of information sources has multiplied. Before, we just mainly had ecologist NGOs, which we owe a lot of gratitude to, and the science community. And now, in all fields, from politics to the world of business, a lot of things are being done, and they require specialized journalists to talk about it. And that's where our commitment lies. We have a morning where we're going to talk, converse, and we're going to hear it from qualified sources, those who can contribute data to make reasoned decisions. And we're going to do this at a local level, from the local level to the global level. Think globally and act locally. Ecologists said a few years ago, and they also talked about using and recycling, and now we're talking about the circular economy, which is more or less the same. This forum is also a great opportunity to promote meeting the SDGs, 13 climate, 14 underwater life, but also others such as poverty, hunger, health, education, and equality, without forgetting one that's particularly important, number 17, creating partnerships to meet all the other goals. If we meet the SDGs, we'll have faced most of the large problems we're facing as a human species. So the task is quite big. According to the IPCC, this decade will be crucial. The decisions we make now will determine our most immediate future and the nearest future. So we'll have to do it because otherwise the consequences could be irreversible. So without further ado, I'll introduce the first speaker, who is Pau de Vilchet. He's the head of the expert committee for the energy transition and climate change of the Balearic Islands. And he will offer us a vision on the challenges faced by this community to adapt to the situation. Many of the impacts are already here, and to take on this ecological transition that we're all immersed in. So, Pau, whenever you want, the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me and to make a gathering possible that is necessary. It's necessary because, as my colleague said, we have to build partnerships between us all to answer this huge challenge that humanity faces right now. I prepared a short presentation called Climate Change and the Balearic Islands, Facing the Essential and Inevitable Transition, because at the end of the day, things will change. It depends on how it will change. If it's in a planned and organized way that responds to our needs, or if it's changed abruptly, unsustainably, and creating deep pain. The IPCC, as has been said, last week presented its report, AR6. The IPCC is a group of scientists who don't generate their own knowledge, but they analyze all the scientific production worldwide on climate change. And what they do is identify the agreements regarding the current state of the knowledge on global warming. And the latest report used a very clear language. It's patently clear that climate change is happening. It's clear that there is global warming that hasn't been experienced for a very, very long time. This graph shows the development of average temperature on Earth over the last 2,000 years. And as you can see, there have been some temperature variations, but at no point in time over the last 2,000 years have we been in a situation like we are in now, where the temperature has not stopped rising. In fact, over the recent years, they've been the hottest recorded in history. Right now, the global average temperature is 1.1 degrees centigrade above what the average was in the pre-industrial era. And this has consequences. This causes a rise in sea levels, which is continuous and not only hasn't stopped since the early 20th century, mid-19th century, but it's accelerating. Sea levels are rising right now 4 times faster than what they did on average in the 20th century. And this has consequences, of course. This is San Jordi in the year 2100 with a moderate emissions. This is where the sea would rise. This is Port del Cudia in a moderate forecast of emissions. Of course, this will have very big impacts on the Balearic Islands and on its main economic activity, which is tourism. But also, rising sea levels make other phenomena much more destructive, such as storms. This is Gloria a couple of years ago. In addition, climate change, global warming, is producing extreme heat waves, which last year they happened during the longest period ever recorded in Spain, and they started even before the summer. They started in spring, something that hadn't occurred ever. And heat waves not only create very harmful effects on human health, and in particular on small children and older people, but it also increases the risk of wildfires. These are Greek islands a couple of years ago, and it also has a very serious impact on Posidonia. Among other things, it stores CO2. Among other things, it regenerates the sand on our beaches, and it protects our coasts from storms. And it dies starting from 28 degrees when there's a continuous temperature of 28 degrees or more. Posidonia starts dying, and it's forecast that everything keeps going on like this. In 60 years, all the Posidonia of the Balearic Islands will be dead. It's a very, very serious impact. The third serious consequence of global warming for the Balearic Islands is water stress, not only because it reduces the volume of rainfall, but because there will also be more evapotranspiration. So more heat, more transpiration, more loss of water. And this will affect human consumption, will affect ecosystems, agricultural production, and it also affects sectors such as tourism. For instance, this is Venice just a few weeks ago. You have to thinking that climate change is a future dystopia is a big mistake. We're already going through it. In addition to everything we've said, climate change will also affect all SDGs. For example, it will increase poverty, food insecurity. There are crops that can be reduced by 40–50%. It will increase health issues, water scarcity. It will cause damaging effects on infrastructure. It will cause a rise in inequality, displacement of people, climate refugees. There are countries that will disappear if we can't contain the global temperature rises by 1.5 degrees. There are even Pacific countries buying land in other countries to move their population. Money moves easily, but it's a different matter to move people. The ecosystem collapse, loss of biodiversity, and as a consequence of all the above, conflicts. In addition, regarding monetary terms, it's already causing huge losses. In 2022, losses due to extreme weather events have been $275 billion, and insurers had to cover $125 billion. In fact, Deloitte calculates that in 2017, losses linked to climate change will be at around $178 trillion. Lastly, and personally, it's what most concerns me because it has to do with the survival of the human race itself. With an increase in global temperature of 1.5 degrees, which is what we have to target, it's really it's what we can't go past. There's a 14% of species that are highly threatened with extinction. If we go to 3 degrees in temperature rise, which is where we're heading right now, 3 to 4 degrees, there's a third of species that are under high threat of extinction, 1 in 3. But if we go to 5 degrees, which we could reach at the end of the century, it's 1 in 2 species that will be seriously threatened with extinction. 1 in 2. To think that humans can prosper, live, not to speak of grow economically in a world where half of species are gone is madness. Well, why does this happen? This happens unequivocally, again pointed out by the IPCC, due to the concentration of greenhouse gases derived from human activity. We saw the graph on temperature increases over the last 2,000 years. Now let's see the graph of greenhouse gases concentrations over the last 2,000 years. Greenhouse gases, mainly CO2, but also others, has been stable at around 280 parts per million over the last 2,000 years, and they've grown exponentially, and they're still increasing. We're still breaking records every year during the last 100 years. But in fact, the current concentration of greenhouse gases hasn't happened in the last 800,000 years. If we just talk about CO2, the last time we had a concentration like we have today was 2 to 4 million years ago. Just to give you an approximate idea, 2 to 4 million years ago, Homo sapiens didn't exist, nor the Neanderthal. In fact, 2 to 4 million years ago, Lucy was here, not Australopithecus, and Homo erectus was starting to appear. Due to our activity, we're moving towards uncharted territory, somewhere where we've never been. And why? Because of the way we've produced energy, the way we move around, and due to a production and consumption system that's totally unsustainable and inefficient. So what should we do in this circumstance? It's very simple, and it's good because we know exactly what we have to do. We have to reduce our emissions by half by 2030 to have a real chance to limit the temperature to 1.5 degrees. If we don't reduce by half our emissions, we're going to go past 1.5 degrees, and the consequences in terms of human suffering are counted in hundreds of millions of people. This by 2030, and in 2050, it has to be reduced to 0. This is the plan, and the good thing is that we know how to do it. In the latest report by the IPCC, they list the different measures and their potential to reduce emissions. And let there be no doubt, renewables are essential to respond to climate change. Without renewables, there is no salvation. Without renewables, there is no response to climate change. Not just that, not only wind and solar power have the biggest potential to reduce emissions, but they're also the cheapest as measures to be taken. The other more important measures, there's a huge list, but I'll highlight the most relevant ones. They are the protection of ecosystems, a change of the agricultural model towards a truly sustainable and regenerative model. And I put it down here, although it's in gray, it's because the cost hasn't been estimated, and it's to change our diet to more sustainable diets. How do we generate energy and how we consume it, our relationship with nature, and how we feed ourselves? These three are the key to respond to climate change in an effective way. And it's interesting because if we look at demand side, that is the consequences of our actions as consumers, we can see that just looking at food, by changing our consumption habits, we could reduce 44% our emissions, or by changing how we move around on land, we could reduce emissions by 67%. So these are clear measures, and they have to be taken because they also generate economic activity, and they allow us to respond to our most essential needs. What do people need to live? They need energy. Well, renewables. What do people need to live? People need housing, energy, refurbishment. The construction sector doesn't have to build luxury houses. They have to refurbish all the existing homes in the Balearic Islands. Agriculture. This is basic. Feeding ourselves, an essential need, and doing so in a regenerative way. And energy regeneration and agriculture can coexist, and this is important to bear in mind. Transport, we need to move around, and we should be committed above all to public transport. Individual electric mobility has its role, but what's important is to change how we move around, and that involves public transport. Also, measures to reduce speed, going from 120 to 80 kilometers per hour, enables a 40% reduction in emissions, and also setting aside lanes for public transport. Changing urban planning, the city, the place where we live, creating safe spaces so that people can move around, and the most vulnerable people, creating safe spaces in schools. That are climate refuges, creating safe spaces in cities. Urban planning is key. And industry. We're talking recently about a circular industry from a perspective of reuse. The Loop project is a project supported by the Balearic government, which promotes the reuse of what was waste for the construction, for clothing, for footwear, furniture, everything we need, dressing, sitting on chairs, having a roof over our heads, and lastly, research, knowledge. And here in the Balearic Islands, at the university, we have many examples. All of these are sectors that allow us not only to respond to climate change, but also to improve our well-being and generate economic activity. So to round off, three final thoughts. The first is that the transition, either we all win or we all lose. The richer people can buy themselves a rocket and go to Mars if they want, but they'll arrive in Mars, take off their helmet, and they'll die because there's no air to breathe on Mars. The 10% richest in humanity are responsible for 40% of emissions, and the poorest 50% only 14% of emissions. That means that we could get rid of the 50% of the poorest people in the world, and the impact of climate change would be very little. So the problem isn't demographics, it's the production and consumption system of part of the world's population. The richest 50% of the world's population are responsible for 86% of emissions. But there are also very significant differences between levels of wealth. These are graphs that show emissions per capita depending on the level of income in Europe, depending on wealth. The poorest 50% in Europe emit about 5 tons of CO2 per year. 40% in the middle emit about 9. The richest 10% more than 20, and the richest 1% emits more than 60 tons of CO2. So not to put ourselves on a path to limit global warming to 1.5%, in Europe, per capita, we'd have to emit about 2.7 tons of CO2. This 2.7 for the poorest 50% is relatively simple. For the median 40%, a bit harder, but what's evident is that people who have to make the biggest effort to reduce emissions, and as we can see, it's closely related to lifestyle, to level of consumption, is that richest 10% and above all, the richest 1%, because otherwise this won't be possible. And it's necessary to put into practice fiscal measures that allow us to capture resources for public transport, for solar installations, for energy refurbishment, to promote agriculture, to promote other economic sectors that can respond to the reduction of tourism that is going to happen. Second thought, time. The next 10 years are key because we have the capacity, the measures, and the money to respond to the climate crisis. But we have very little time. And as the IPCC explains in its latest report, the window of opportunity to ensure a habitable and sustainable future for everyone is closing. It's not possible to move backwards. And now I'm referring to the elections that we'll have in a couple of months. There can be ideological diversity, and there has to be, but the issue of climate change, there has to be progress. There can be some models and other different models to respond to these challenges, but that we have to respond to them there's no discussion. And lastly, the last thought. This is our home, where we live. We forget about it, but it's the only planet in the universe where we can live. It's the only planet where we can breathe, eat, drink water, take shelter, where we can have a dignified existence. It may look nicer or more ugly, more marvelous or unbearable, smaller, bigger, but it's the only one we have. And due to our production and consumption model, we are surpassing the biophysical limits of the planet that enable our existence on it. The Resilience Center of the University of Stockholm in the late 2000s, published this concept of the planetary limits. And what it does is basically identify 9 limits that are essential to guarantee our existence as we know it on the planet. It has to do a stable climate system with biodiversity, availability of water, with acidification of the seas, the use of land. And today, the latest reports show that we've already surpassed 6 of these 9 planetary limits. We are reaching the limit of this planet's capacity to supply what we need. The good thing, the positive thing, is that the response we have to provide to all these challenges is a response that will allow us to live better. The response to climate change is not just to save ourselves, it's to have a better life. An adequate response to climate change would make the Balearic Islands more resilient, stronger, healthier, with more diverse economic activity, more active, in general, with less dependence and less vulnerability. This is our only home, and we can marvel at it, but we have to be aware of its fragility. And above all, we have to be aware that the time to act is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pau. You were mentioning that renewable sources of energy are really needed to face climate change. You were also talking about the importance of our transition being a fair one. And well, you should remember that we have a climate change law in some legislation in this country. We have a plan that we now have to review. And we also have a fair transition strategy, and Spain has been a pioneer on that. The diagnosis is not good. I don't know how many of you are wearing jeans, by the way. I normally wear them. And, well, we have to spend 3,000 liters of water per pair of jeans to manufacture them, to produce them. These are data from the Polytechnic University in Madrid. We like to use data from science because I think that this makes all of our information more accurate, and this is why I wanted to say this. Anyway, a very relevant piece in energy transition is all we've been talking about. 80% of the gas emissions having an impact on climate change come from energy expenditure and usage. And to stop this, there are only 2 main tools we can use: energy efficiency and renewable sources of energy. And well, our next speaker knows a lot about this. Ricardo Cortés is Director of Institutional and International Relations at the Spanish Photovoltaic Union, UNEF. He's also an expert politician as a member of the EU Parliament. So, well, basically, whatever we do when we go and vote, for that, so that common things can be managed as better as possible, well, that goes past thinking about this kind of choices. And in fact, in the past few years, we've seen that many things that had been hugely demanded are sort of controversial now. We start to see some sort of problems, and Ricardo is now going to explain to us how solar photovoltaic energy and those plants can coexist with us and can even be positive elements for biodiversity. So whenever you want to, Ricardo, you have the floor. Well, he got me a little bit nervous when he said that I was part of, well, some of the things that you say and do. Well, anyway, I think that something that's very important here is basically, and I'd like to reflect about this, because you talked about public-private partnerships at the beginning. Well, taking into account those 2 ways of working from public-private is really important, and we really need that to be able to work properly. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here for me and for the company I represent. So it's a pleasure to be here and be able to share with you some very general guidelines about photovoltaic energy as one of the main solutions we have. And I'd like to thank Pau, by the way, for his speech, because I think it's been really, really interesting. So there we go, photovoltaic energy as a response to environmental challenges in the 21st century. What are the challenges we have and why photovoltaic energy is a solution to them? Well, here we have this figure that we love to talk about. We have economic sustainability on the one hand, energy sovereignty, competitiveness, and climate change. 4 main pillars that we consider to be really relevant, and that we have to be clear that photovoltaic energy is part of all of them to a very huge extent. So based on this, and from here on, we need a clear electrification. This is part of the solution for decarbonization today. There's no doubt about that. Energy represents 73% of those total worldwide emissions. So we have to use electrification to move towards decarbonization, and particularly PV energy. About this figure, what I like to think about is that, well, we are hugely energy dependent, but there's something that really strikes my attention here. Natural gas and fossil fuels, we import a lot, 70 million euros more or less in our country. That means an annual next generation that, well, if we spent that in renewable sources of energy, we would not be importing all this annually. So this is something we would like to reflect upon with you all as well, because we think that somehow this can, well, lead us into thinking about that need to accelerate energy transition for reasons which, well, as I said before, had very much to do, and my apologies because I don't know what I'm doing with the slides. Sorry about that. I wanted to go backwards, but it doesn't seem to be working. There we go. So these are the main 4 challenges: economic sustainability, as I said before, energy sovereignty. We've talked about those sort of black swans that we've seen with the war in Ukraine, that these difficulties we're undergoing and so on, and where renewable sources of energies are part of that green strategy that's there to somehow offer a solution to the current situation. And then particularly competitiveness as well, the competitiveness behind solar energy that we will later on explain in more detail. So what else do we have about PV energy? It's the most competitive one today. There's no doubt about that. It's reduced its costs by 90% in the past 10 years. It's really competitive from an economic viewpoint, both amongst the renewable sources of energy and amongst any other source of energy. That makes it more attractive as well. And it also turns it into an energy that's sort of closer to us. I was talking about this with Theba, that's more affordable as well, and that has a high capacity in terms of penetrating into our society today. So it's very relevant and important to have all this into account, because we really think that, well, this is relevant and we need to take it into account. We have our own technology as well. We always think that Spain has no value chain, or at least a value chain that's not sufficiently developed. Sorry, I'm having some problems with the slides. This is sort of a mess for me, how to move forward and backwards. Well, anyway, this is a relevant topic, as I said before. Technological capacity, the competitiveness behind energy, solar energy. We will later on look at some of prices that have to do with auctions and energy auctions and so on. You will be able to see the competitiveness behind photovoltaic energy and the rest of energy sources, what they look like today and the progress we are making. We are technologically making huge progress today, by the way. So what about our value chain in Spain? You see the data here. 65% of the value chain in terms of the costs of a solar plant can be supplied with Spanish companies that are leaders in different segments and in different regions of Spain. Apart from the modules, that's the part we're still missing, and that we lack innovation and progress on that. But apart that, if we leave the modules aside, we have technology, we have worldwide leaders in Spain that are now exporting to the US, Australia, and many other countries. So we have a very important value chain. Just to give you an idea, we're exporting 3,500 million euros. That's more than the wine industry or the wind power industry. So we are lacking those modules, that knowledge about this part of the value chain, where, as you know, we are intensely working not only at national level, but at an EU level as well. We have sun. We are the country in the EU with more sun resources, and that means that we have to use those resources. We are probably facing our greatest opportunity today. We've never found a similar opportunity before. We have land, we have territory, as we see here as well. We'll later on refer to this in more detail. We have the resources, the sun. So we need to use this opportunity to attract an investment that may come hand in hand with PV energy, and that may bring us very cheap energy. Apart from this, what photovoltaic energy needs to be able to occupy part of the Spanish territory is what we see in the map. 0.25% of our land is devoted to agro-farming activities. So what does this mean? It basically means that photovoltaic energy, to be able to comply with what we need to comply with, we would need this part of the territory exclusively, as long as we take agro-farming areas exclusively into account, without taking into account on any other kind of soil that could now be also available for usage by PV energy. So we have the resources available, we have the land, we have the territory, so this is a huge opportunity. What situation are we at in Spain now? Well, this is what has happened. We've lost a decade, basically, and we are now reaching a moment with huge expansion, also amidst a European context that's somehow, well, making the increase of PV energy being really broad and ample. So that's the situation today. And, well, after some years where growth was not so big, photovoltaic energy is now sort of really advancing and making huge progress in Spain and in the EU. These are data from energy auctions, just to give you an idea of the data. You see here for 2021, 24 euros per megawatt, more or less. Then later on, slightly higher. And then a fourth auction where, well, it was basically empty because other price factors were introduced into the equation. But it's important to take this into account, this data and this evolution. This is what I wanted to show you. This is a moment when we are growing and expanding this field of action. And there are two main things that I want to highlight here, because this growth has to do with plants, but with self-consumption data as well. We have about 70 companies involved, as you probably know, and the accumulated power for self-consumption is above 5 gigawatts. Growth is being really, really speedy now for self-consumption, particularly, which is really relevant in terms of attracting investment, as I said before, but also in terms of, well, having a better possibility to make this photovoltaic energy closer to us through associations, through collective groups, and so on. We hope this will be more relevant in the next few years. But self-consumption is not going to be enough. We need some of the solar plants as well scattered throughout our territory to be able to produce easily and cheaply the energy that we need. It's quite simple today, but we encounter some difficulties that are later on explained in more detail. In fact, this is one of the problems we typically encounter. 100 gigawatts in photovoltaic energy have been processed. The objective was 39, and there were more than 15 installed. That's true. These are the data. But this 100 we have here, well, don't be afraid, because it's been, well, about 40 have been approved. And within those 40, we think that at 32, 33 more or less will end up being a reality. So these are the data, and these are the problems we sometimes encounter, and particularly problem number one, that of actually processing the dossiers and authorizations. What about social opposition to plans? It's true that that is increasing. at least in some sense, but it's also true that we have been able to produce and generate a series of certificates and certifications that are later on explained to you, so that you can also see more or less how we are working, what we are doing to try and always share what we do with our local authorities, regional authorities, and so on. We always want to share our projects so that transparency is also key to make projects feasible and viable. What is the industry doing to advance sustainably? Well, when we think about mitigation, we are preparing studies about biodiversity and solar plants. We're drafting those reports and studies. We are also implementing actions that have to do with mediation experiences, also with the sustainability seal of excellence produced by UNEF, which goes far beyond the economic and social relationship with municipalities or the environmental relationship with any project. It tries to show that a plant being installed is committed to everything around it, and its commitment from an environmental viewpoint is really, really high. This has been very successful. We now have about 30 plants in Spain with that seal of excellence and sustainability, and we are seeing an increase in interest for, well, in terms of sharing all this. We're also trying to share our best practices for developing solar plants. We've been also preparing some reports about birds and fauna. Well, we've been analyzing how to reduce impact with the electrical grid and so on. And we are also trying to work hand in hand with the local authorities and with every company to explain to them that they should do things correctly from the very beginning, and that they should work very, very close to the local authorities and to what they do. This is a sample of one of the reports we've produced recently. It's just one of the reports we produced about the biodiversity of PV plants. And well, it's true that the soil and the land around it can be recovered. We can find a balance between their existence and that of living organisms around the plants. The latest studies conducted on plants, for example, have shown that biodiversity as regards those plants is increasing and becomes more and more intense. And because we don't use phytosanitary products whatsoever, we are also seeing that we have, well, a better and better balance and a better biodiversity around these plants. This is no doubt an opportunity for biodiversity. And in fact, many regions are seeing that those PV plants we are creating are actually producing natural indicators that can be very useful. And in fact, they are hosting more biodiversity than what we had before installing the plant. So we're starting to be seen as safe places, as places for biodiversity, spaces that even protect that biodiversity in those areas where solar plants are located. So we believe that we are an opportunity for biodiversity. And well, as for the seal of excellence that I referred to before, and I want to be brief because I know that we're running tight on time, I'd like to explain this a little bit in detail because I think it's interesting to show that when we think about the criteria we have established to be able to access this seal of excellence, so that solar plants can access the seal, when we do this and we analyze any project, we're very, very strict and severe in terms of compliance. Only those plants strictly complying with these criteria can access the seal of excellence. Many of these plants are visitable. Many of them are actually, well, fantastic. They are undergoing, well, they're in a process where they are intermingling with nature. There's lots of biodiversity around them and so on. So, I mean, this is a way for operating that I think we should encourage for any operation. It goes far beyond the environmental and social viewpoint and perspective in terms of being committed to our environment. So location, obviously, out of the Natura 2000 network. As for environmental impact analysis, you see that these are projects located out of areas of influence. Any fences have to be well, in adequate terms, you see everything about renaturalization, soil, occupation minimization, and so on. You can see all of these criteria complied with in all of our plans. We also use basically, well, what you see in the slide for producing the plans, which are basically the main requirements for this seal of excellence. When designing our lines, for example, we have shared lines with other promoters and other sponsors. Something that's very relevant as well, we think that we have to reach agreements with owners, what we call public exploitation usage declarations need to be, well, also taken into account. And well, you see some other issues here that I'm not going to explain in detail, like transplanting the existing trees and so on. Basically, what this means is that there is a huge commitment and that this is producing a huge impact in many regions. And all of the regions in Spain are considering all of these really in detail, and we have about 20 plans today having this seal of excellence already granted. As for social and economic impact, well, what I said before, creating local jobs, training for employment, and so on. Some of these factors, in fact, are taken into account when signing agreements with the local authorities and when designing the compensation we're going to pay. But we also want to go a step forward, and we want the profit produced by a solar plant to be as useful as possible for the inhabitants of the municipality where the plant is being installed. So you see all the details, direct economic return. We're also working in things regarding crowdfunding, self-consumption. Some of the agricultural cooperatives in the area are also very much involved with us and with developing all of these issues. Many things to take into account on which can turn a solar plant into a direct agent in any local area. We also work in mediation tables with entrepreneurs and neighbors in different areas to try and find the best solutions possible for any problem. So in conclusion, what I could say is that what's really relevant and interesting for us today is, number one, we want to work always safeguarding and ensuring that all environmental aspects are taken good care of, social issues as well for the local area where a plant is being installed. Number two, photovoltaic plants are an opportunity for biodiversity as well. And everything that has to do with working in terms of good practices and sharing those good practices, this is always a priority for all of us. And I finish with this of what a plant would be for us and how this all has to coexist in a local area. And then if you want to, when we come to the discussion, well, we can address any of the issues more in detail and comment on any aspect you may require. But basically, I think that this is a moment where photovoltaic plants are an opportunity. This is an energy also that's trying to safeguard social and environmental aspects always, and it tries to really be profitable for the society as a whole. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Just to give you a figure, 2022 was a great year for photovoltaic solar, almost 4,000 new megawatts, 3,829 to be exact. And since 2018, the installed capacity is multiplied by 3. And then something else that struck me, particularly when I went to Germany, on almost all roofs, I saw solar panels. So I was surprised because I thought, here in Spain, where we have lots of sun, we weren't installing this type of energy source. And however, in countries in Northern Europe, where they have less hours of solar radiation, it's quite normal. And so another piece of good news, the installed capacity for self-consumption doubled for the second consecutive year. And over the last 4 years, it has multiplied by 13. That's good. I'd also like to say that last week, the Deputy Minister for the Energy Transition announced that during the Spanish presidency, they're going to create a reflection group on renewables and biodiversity. Things can be done badly, well, or better. It's something to take into account. And it's also important that the guarantee seals are serious. Also, the EU announced an initiative against eco-posturing. They were saying about 230 quality seals, of which almost half, 53%, didn't have a serious scientific backing. So thank you for trying to do it more seriously. Another key issue is the relationship between renewables and the primary sector, the rural world, the emptied Spain, and the agricultural and livestock activities carried out in those areas, and how they coexist with these installations, how it affects the landscape, along with the administrative permission, the environmental impact. It would also be good to have this social permission, the go-ahead by the local population. So to talk about renewable energies and the primary sector, we have the Director General of Endesa in the Balearic Islands, Martí Ribas, who I invite to take the floor and tell us what you're doing. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for organizing this session. I think it's been clear with a great presentation by Pau de Vilche that one of the biggest challenges, maybe the most important one we have, is the climate crisis. Here you have a graph taken from the 6th report by the IPCC. This summary report published last week, 2 weeks ago, and which shows the warming and the forecast of this warming and what the generations born in the 50s, 80s, or in the 20s, and in the future, and it depends on what we do and how we manage emissions. I won't go into too much depth in this topic. Pau already did it perfectly well. I will add that another crisis that we have right now, apart from the climate crisis, is an energy crisis derived from an international situation, war in Ukraine, and fossil fuels that are responsible for these emissions and this global warming. And they're concentrated in the hands of a few countries, and they're taking advantage of this circumstance to increase prices. So therefore, we have two reasons for the energy transition: climate crisis, but also energy crisis, international crisis. This energy transition has to be done by decarbonizing ourselves. That's key. Ceasing to consume fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels. Unfortunately, we have solutions, technical solutions, we have innovation, science that enable us to carry out that accelerated decarbonization. It also requires social commitment, political agreements. It requires agreements. The technology is as important as society and our attitude towards this need, towards this urgency to resolve these two crises, the climate and energy. We see the energy transition supported by three pillars. One is the massive deployment of renewable energy and storage. Renewable energy, as has been mentioned by Pau and Ricardo, they have competitive prices thanks to technology, innovation, to that development in recent years. We've managed to have two technologies, which are wind and solar. Using the sun and the wind, they produce electrical energy that's cheap. So therefore, we have that possibility to massively implement renewables, and that's what we have to do. But we also need storage. Renewable energy are intermittent. We don't have sun or wind 24 hours a day. And we have emerging technology that's mature on a small scale and less mature at a large scale. It's arriving, and that's storage, and it's essential to precisely make those renewable energies manageable. So therefore, the mass deployment of storage over the next 5-10 years will be fundamental. It has to be cheaper. Today, it's heavily based on lithium, but there are already other technologies, such as, for example, sodium or redox technologies. At Endesa, we've launched in Mallorca the first large-scale stationary battery, a 1 megawatt battery, 6 hours of storage in a photovoltaic plant. It's experimental technology. So therefore, all this is open. It's what's coming, and in a way will help us to carry out that massive transformation to renewable energies. And that's a fundamental pillar to carry out that energy transition. But there's another essential pillar. This is less well known by the public in general, and that's the electrification of demand. What does this mean? Why do we have to electrify demand? Well, it has to be done because today, only 25% of our final energy demand that we carry out as a public, as citizens, is only 25%, a quarter. The rest, 3/4 of our energy demands, are still fossil fuels. We use fossil fuels to move around in vehicles. We use fossil fuels to warm our homes, our water, to cook. We use fossil fuel for many industrial processes. And this fossil fuel has emissions, which we have to stop. It has to be, all has to be changed, switched to electrical energy, and electrical energy created with renewables. So it's fundamental that all this, which today uses fossil fuels, is electrified, and it's done with renewable energy, with the sun and wind. And we have technology to stop having transport and mobility based on fossil fuels and to do it with electricity. The electrical vehicle is a reality. We also have technology to produce heat, not using fossil fuels by burning things, but through electricity. The heat pump is a very efficient technology, and precisely efficiency is that third pillar in the energy transition. Efficiency, thanks to electrification, will be increased. Why? Because heat pump technologies or electrical mobility are much more efficient than fossil fuel energy that we're using now. So we have to migrate to electrification. We have to rapidly electrify. Install renewables, transform to electricity, yes, also. A few figures. For example, when we put a liter of petrol in our internal combustion engine, we only use 14% of that energy. When we put 1 kilowatt hour in an electric vehicle, we use more than 85% of that energy. From 20% to 85%, that's efficiency. And it's the same with the heat pump. When we compare it to a gas boiler or an oil burner at home, thermal boilers have efficiency of around 85–90%. When we have 1 kilowatt hour in a heat pump, we obtain performance of 250%. That's incredible. We have to electrify, and with electrification, we'll be more efficient. Where are we in the Balearic Islands? I'll give you a few figures regarding the energy transition. That mass implementation of renewables and that electrification. The situation in the Balearic Islands isn't good, it's worrying. We depend on more than 97%, I'm talking about end consumption, not only electricity. I'm saying that we depend 97% on fossil fuels that come from abroad. So although it is true that in recent years there have been active policies to promote renewables, significant steps have been taken, it's not enough. We have to accelerate. We have to go faster. Otherwise, the climate crisis, the energy crisis is here and it's causing us harm. However, I'd also like to say, given the structure, the way we consume energy, we have cause for optimism. Why? Because when we analyze our emissions and break them down, we see that 43% are due to transport. We have a solution, as I was saying, the electrical vehicle. 34% of our emissions are due to the production of electrical energy. We have solutions, the implementation of renewables and storage. 8% of our emissions are due to air conditioning, because we have a big services sector. We have a solution, which is the heat pump. So we're in a bad position now, but if we do our homework and go faster, the available technology right now allows us to travel the path and make up for lost time. Now, here are more relevant figures. Right now, just so we understand what that efficiency means and that electrification using renewables, and final energy demand is 34 terawatts hour, as I was saying. Of those, a part of it is electricity, 6. The remaining 18 terawatts hour are thermal, they're fossil fuels. And that's what we have to migrate to electricity, to turn into electricity. Well, when we get to that 100% of renewable electricity with those technologies we have and which we have to implement and we can implement, those 18 terawatts will become 6. That's efficiency. Going from 18 to 6, we're going to consume much less energy and it will be electrical. That's the path we have to travel over the next 17, 27 years, depending on whether we want to get to 2040 decarbonized or 2050, as set by the United Nations. Okay, what do we have to implement in the Balearic Islands? We need 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy implemented on the islands, mostly photovoltaic. We have the resource, the sun. It'd be good to complement it, maybe some wave power, because when there's no sun, it's windy and vice versa. But let's focus on photovoltaic and imagine that we install 5,000 megawatts of photovoltaic energy. Very quickly, what comes to mind is, what does that mean in terms of occupation of the use of the territory? Well, in general, with the ratios we're looking at right now in industry with fixed technology, which is what we use most frequently, that means more or less consuming about 5,000 hectares of land. But not all of it will be done on agricultural land. In rural land, we have to promote the implementation of solar power on roofs, in urban spaces. Unfortunately, it's not enough. In this, we have experience setting up a lot of photovoltaic for clients. We've set up a lot of megawatts. We're seeing that the replacement, the energy demand coverage we do with the photovoltaic we set up on roofs, more or less reaches 30–40% of the demand of what's under it. Some are more, some less. So therefore, with the state of the art we have right now, photovoltaic on roofs isn't enough. So therefore, we need to occupy, as I was saying, a bit more space in the region, on land. Today, with the figures we have in Balearic Islands, we need 5,000 megawatts. Today, we're at around 330 megawatts of installed power, so there's still a lot to be done. If we want to decarbonize ourselves by 2040, we have to install about 270 megawatts per year. And if we go beyond 2050, it's 170, but we have to be quick. Those 330 that are installed and working, connected to the grid right now, approximately 100 are set up on roofs and the rest on land in photovoltaic, large photovoltaic plants. So we see the ratio is distributed about 30% on roofs, 70% on land. If that ratio is maintained, seems it's quite reasonable. In the end, the space, that's our concern, because in the end, we're islands, we're small, fragile regions. If that ratio is maintained, we need more or less 3,500 of hectares of land. That's less than 0.7% of the territory. So there's an social, political exercise here, technological, to look at and install those 3,000 megawatts on land. It's been done. There are over 200 megawatts set up like this. And we have to be able, in the energy sector, but also the primary sector, we have to be able to look for that compatibility, that shared use. At Endesa, we're doing this. We have projects in development here in the Balearic Islands with top-level partners, referential in the primary sectors, companies such as Terracor, from Algeria, San Jose, or Caro, who we're working with, so that compatibility and that synergy in use of the territory can be done. We've also talked about biodiversity, the preservation of biodiversity in these spaces dedicated to energy. Let's not forget the agricultural sector. In the end, it's an energy sector. They produce food for humans, so we can live as living beings. We need about 2.4 kilowatts hour a day, and that is produced on land. It's produced by the agricultural sector. Now we have to coordinate with this sector so that there they can produce energy to feed us, but also energy to give us that well-being we need. Now, to conclude, the challenge, as you've seen, is very big. There's a lot to be done to stop having that dependency on that fossil fuels that we use in the Balearic Islands. We have technology to make that challenge of decarbonization possible, and we can do it even by 2040. And excuse me, but another figure, the 5,000 megawatts we need in the Balearic Islands is the power in photovoltaic power installed by Spain in a year and a half. So it can be done. We're not, obviously, then it's how we scale it down to our territory, but we're not talking about astronomical magnitudes. In Spain, they're setting up every year between 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts, just photovoltaic. Then they're also setting up wind power. So as I was saying, there is technology. What's required and is very important, and we need forums like this, so there can be a debate, social agreement to take that step. Without social and political agreement, we won't make progress. And the situation, as I was saying, is bad, it's concerning. So we have to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martín. I think that you've given us some headlines that are very interesting. The situation in the Balearic Islands is not good. We depend up to 90% on fossil fuels and energies. We need 2.4 kilowatts per day, more or less, to keep on working and keep on being operational. The Balearic Islands needs 5,000 megawatts in renewable energies, and we need a social agreement, so to speak. But this is achievable. So with this in mind, we're going to have a short break, 15 minutes for a coffee. Do not connect to the grid, please, to recharge those 2.4 kilowatts. Instead of that, just take some sugar or whichever you want to take to replace sugar. And that's it. We'll see you again after this 15-minute break. So, as I was saying, we are going to resume this morning's session so that we stick to the time given. And well, this is an island, and a community like this one, a region like this one is, well, it's clear that our relation with the sea is really relevant. Spain is a country that has not really encouraged and promoted marine renewable sources of energy across its territory, but this is changing with new regulations and a whole world of opportunities opening up to us. Also, one of safeguards, so to speak. In fact, reactions are appearing. Already, we spoke this morning about opposition movements against some big photovoltaic or wind plants. And in the case of marine, of sea sources of energy, some controversies also arising, although not many systems have yet been installed in our country. Anyway, to speak about this in this forum, we have from Donosti, from the Basque Country, we have Bernat Sant. He's responsible for an association of companies working in renewable energies. And well, when we talk about the sea, by the way, we're not talking about wind turbines only. We're talking about wave energy as well, tidal streams, and many other technologies that Bernat will now tell us about. Well, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Well, okay, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, because I think we really need to create these forums for discussion. This is particularly relevant now that we are undergoing a moment when, well, this is in the press daily, isn't it? Every day we see that there's part of a new regulation which has to do with how to organize our maritime spaces. This is given by EU directives. And all EU member states have to organize their marine spaces so that they can allow for the coexistence of fishing, aquaculture, renewable energies, and some other uses that need to be linked to our seas. So it's taken us a while, nearly 2 years, to actually implement this exercise. We've spoken to all of the stakeholders, all of the industries involved. And well, this is part of our daily news, as I was saying, how some sectors, some industries and groups are sort of opposing and, well, responding to what we're saying, and each of them is expressing the right to have their own space within the sea. So I come from a panca. I am responsible for marine energies, from all of those energies linked to the sea. Initially, we were very much focused on tides and waves. Spain has a huge resource in waves. By the way, there are many technological centers and regional energy agencies that about 20 years ago already started to get committed with implementing and developing this sector, this industry. And it's true also that, well, as the industry started to develop, and as floating or marine wind turbines started to be developed, some things had to be changed. This is a hugely, a really relevant sector. It's got the land-based wind turbines behind it, and well, many efforts are invested on that, but now we are focusing as well on everything that's linked to the sea and to marine turbines and marine energy development. So this is what I want to tell you, more or less. The presentation is long, so I'm just going to very quickly show you all of the slides, and I won't refer to some of the details in the slides very specifically, but I just wanted to explain to you the context today. What is the EU commitment for blue growth economy and energy, what marine renewable energies are, because we speak of sea energies, marine energies, but there are many other options like wave energy and tidal streams. There are others as well, but these are the ones that are more relevant in Spain with a broader potential. I also want to speak about the current situation in Spain. Also about floating wind turbines, the jewel of the crown. Much has been said about it, and well, there's a huge development ahead for the next few years at many different levels. And then I would also like to, well, speak a little bit about the opportunities that we have as a country. Industrial, entrepreneurial opportunities, energy opportunities as well, in terms of what we can contribute to the decarbonization we want to reach by 2050. So the context. We've already spoken about the situation and the context around us. We are focusing on decarbonizing our energy today and on reaching climate neutral situation by 2050, but we have plans for 2030, 2040, 2050. So let's stick to the ones closer to us, those for 2030, because thinking about what may happen in 20 years and beyond is quite difficult. But well, there are many studies, many figures and numbers, many estimates about how this industry could grow and how much it could grow. And well, definitely the message is that if we want to reach that climate neutral situation, we have to look at our sea and we have to use our sea to extract as much energy as we can from what we can produce there. We have tides, we have waves, and we have wind turbines. The resource there is the wind, but the environment is the marine space that fits into more or less this scheme. There's an EU Green Deal that's been established at EU level. That's more or less the macro situation, decarbonization, Green Deal, and so on. Within that Green Deal and that transition process, renewable energies play a very relevant role, and those produced in the marine environment also play a role. There are some plans, some dialogues, discussions at a high political level that started years ago, but that are now increasing because of all of the context around us, the war in Ukraine, how much we are energy dependent from other countries abroad, and so on. So the Repower EU, for example, this is a joint action to strengthen our energy industry and to accelerate our transition towards a greener energy. We want to stimulate investment in renewables and so on. So there are guidelines and standards that are being set at EU level to bet on renewable energies and particularly those produced at sea. There's also an industrial plan that's linked to this Green Deal, which, as I said before, is really, really linked to energy goals and to everything that has to do with the path we have to follow until we reach that generation of marine renewable energies. So everything in between is a huge opportunity for the naval industry and for the industries around all of this. As I was saying, the EU framework, well, we already started to talk of blue growth in 2012, blue economy, blue energy as well. This has been making huge progress in the past few years. We've managed to produce a specific marine renewable energy strategy for the EU, particularly for ocean energies and for also offshore wind turbines and wind sources of energy. So objectives, goals for 2030 and 2050, this is just figures mainly, but it gives us an idea of what the trend looks like. So, well, for ocean energy, we have 13 megawatts installed today. We're talking of a small scale, and the idea is that by 2050, the potential development is really huge, up to 40 gigawatts. For marine wind power, we have 12 gigawatts in 2020, so 12 in the EU. The idea is that we can reach 300 by 2050. So it's an important development and increase, undoubtedly. Again, the same part of the EU strategy, which then has consequences in terms of member state regulations and so on, specific funding as well to develop and to encourage this blue economy. Well, when we speak about renewable sources of energies at sea, well, we have many sources of energy. We can produce energy from waves and from tides, particularly, although we have thermal gradients and so on, many other options, but these are the two most relevant ones. The sea is a very aggressive environment, a complex one as well, and ocean energies are still at a sort of demonstration stage in terms of durability, how we can maintain those buoys semi sort of underground. It's difficult to do this in an environment as complex as the marine one. Huge progress is being made in terms of materials, corrosion, in terms of, well, generally speaking, durability. But, well, the idea is that the technology behind this is very diverse. There's no clear convergence so far. Many options in terms of equipment, materials, technologies we can use for tidal streams and for wave energy production. So huge variety, but many active proposals for middle and long-term projects. And I'm sure that by 2050, sea energy is going to play a huge role, not only in Spain, but at EU level and also internationally. Within these sources of energy, tidal streams and tidal energy is more advanced than those related to waves, because tides are a sort of submerged air generation. It uses the interactions between tides and currents and bidirectionally. And, well, it is at a pre-commercial demonstration stage with small 1 megawatt parks in different parts of the world: France, the UK, Scotland, Wales. These are countries that are really committed to this development and that are nearly at market level. International trends. Well, so far the EU was the leader, so to speak, within this industry. But in the past few years, some other countries such as China, the US, Canada are making huge investments at a governmental level. Support policies and RDI support policies are being developed to foster everything that has to do with marine energies. So they are getting there, and, well, the EU should really think about this, and we're actually trying to find the way we can go back to being the leaders there and continue to being committed to this. This is just a small graph that shows the industry situation worldwide, installed capacity, both tidal, stream, and wave energy wise. We're talking about megawatts, as you can see. So far, at this moment, it's a small scale, but I insist the horizon for all of these sea-related energies is 2040, 2050. Some more graphics about what the industry looks like, how it's growing year after year, both when we speak of wave and of tidal options. And, well, the future. What does the future look like? As I was saying, there are many numbers, figures, perceptions, perspectives, but for 2050, we're already talking of a real commercial energy that could create nearly 700,000 jobs at EU level, save 500 million tons of CO2 emissions, and therefore turn into a very interesting, powerful industry for the EU member states. Political support, as I said, this has been given at EU level, and, well, member states, some more than others, are paying attention to this and are trying to define a clear framework to develop this technology. Regulatory frameworks, issues regarding licenses and permits, connection to the grid, and trial areas. You'll now see that Spain is one of the strongest points. Trial areas established in the past 10 years are test areas that are offshore, so that different companies can test their technologies there, have their systems in place for some months, monitor what they're doing, and then draw some conclusions to see how they can improve their devices, both in terms of performance, durability, connection to the grid, and so on. More lines, more EU measures. and also at the Spanish level. Well, you see them in the slide. By the end of 2021, a roadmap was published about power produced at sea level and also marine turbines. So, well, as you can see, this is an instrument that shows a clear growth, and it's a high quality one, and it's more or less telling us the path we should follow and measures we should implement for 2030. Spain has some specific goals set for 2030 as well, which is just around the corner, 40 to 60 megawatts in ocean energy and 1 to 3 gigawatts of floating marine turbines. We will refer to that later on. As I was saying, floating marine turbines or marine turbines, there's still a huge space for development in the future in terms of synergies with other industries, for example, as well. Industrially, in fact, this should be an important lever for Spain to actually make progress, and this is what the relevant ministry is actually perceiving. We have to be committed to developing this industry, not only to implement those technologies that are proving to be viable in Spain, but also at an industrial level, we need to actually encourage and foster a further industrial development nationally. Why haven't we done more with this regard in Spain? Because, well, the solutions we had, if you look at Europe and the Baltic Sea, basically we're talking of marine turbines that are sort of cemented. There's no huge depths. So basically what happens is that it is put there at sea. Spain has more depth waters. We can reach 50, 60 meters in depth easily. So we will later on see that in Spain, about 80% of the, well, like in Spain, worldwide, typically locations are in deep sea waters. And in Spain, marine turbines could actually solve this problem that is encountered in other parts of Europe. We're talking of big platforms that are not directly moored to the seabed. There are dynamic cables, they're moored obviously, but they are sort of floating, and they have to host and cater for the movement that exists in marine turbines. So it's a challenge indeed, but Spain is very well positioned. Out of the more than 30 patents that exist worldwide for floating wind turbines, well, 8 are in Spain, or at least 8. So this basically means that there's a lot has been done in terms of research, development, and innovation, and huge efforts have been made in the past few years. If we look at the figures for marine wind or for offshore wind, well, as I was saying, this is basically what we have, but we have some demonstration parks with 1, 2, 3 generators on a floating platform, and we can have them in France, in Norway, in the UK, where we are starting to see that this is being tested, and we are proving that we can produce wind power, wind energy on floating platforms. That's what really makes a difference. As I said, most of the resources are in deep sea waters, and this is an opportunity because this allows wind power to reach areas that, well, it was not able to reach before. If we get offshore, the visual impact as well, and well, any kind of conflict that may exist with any social groups whatsoever somehow disappear or are at least partly solved, and we can also solve with this the energy needs of all the different countries. We're talking of big, huge projects installing parks producing many megawatts that should be able to actually provide with energy many thousands of inhabitants in the islands and anywhere else. And well, Spain is nearly more or less an island. What else? There are many things I have to tell you, and I have to go quickly because I've just got 7 minutes left and I still have lots of slides to show you and many data to share with you. These are some example of floating wind turbines. And well, as I was saying, we have moved on from a demonstration stage to a pre-commercial one, with not only one floating device, but 3 at a time, to see that this really works and placed in a sort of in an array position. And well, the idea in the future will be to move on to parks, to plants with many generators. The idea is that this year and next year we will have parks amounting to 150 megawatts in production. Japan is another country that's also there. The US as well has very relevant targets and goals in terms of floating wind turbines. Very relevant, very powerful. And let me go to Spain now. I've just got 6 minutes left. I'm going to go very quickly. We can then analyze this more in detail in the discussion. So these are the objectives for 2030, 1 to 3 gigawatts for marine wind turbines, and sea energies 40 to 60 megawatts. We have a roadmap. We have organized our marine spaces in such a way that the different users can coexist. And we have also defined some specific areas where marine wind turbines could be developed. Spain, the Balearic Islands, the Canary Islands, and the Iberian Peninsula as such. We are having lots of conflicts with, for example, the fishing industry, but if we look at the data available, we can say that we're not even reaching 1% of the Spanish marine surface in terms of that surface that should be able to produce and to have wind parks installed. So not even 1% of the sea surface. So well, what we want is to see, we understand that all industries have a right to exist, and we think that there's space for everyone in our seas. What are the strengths that we have in Spain? Well, it's the ideal context to, well, for committing towards marine renewables. We are nearly an island. We have a very good natural resource, both if we talk of wind and if we talk of waves. We have a first level testing network, both in the Canary Islands, Cantabria, the Basque Country. In many parts of Spain, we're testing these. If we look at hydrodynamic movements, waves, and so on, we also have a lab in Madrid, so we can analyze all that. We have lots of experience in terms of shipbuilding, ocean, naval industries, and so on. A huge port infrastructure network, very interesting, very diverse. And our ports and harbors are definitely going to play a very relevant role when it comes to this industrial development. We need space. We need ports and harbors to actually see the opportunity behind all this. Many of them are actually seeing how they can get involved, how they can participate, how they can foster things like, well, having to do with storage, with distribution of, for example, the big parts and pieces needed for wind turbines and so on. There are regional clusters, specific organizations, industry organizations, many of them exist. We're all betting on this kind of marine power. So we have a roadmap, we have legislation, but we need a regulatory framework to actually see how to have the licenses and so on for these parks. We also need an auction park to see what the conditions are, what the retribution can be for those first parks and so on. But well, as I was saying, we're doing quite well, and we more or less have the necessary items for developing this properly. I wanted to show you, I cannot see the slide in full, but well, anyway, this was a map of Spain showing, well, the different parts, the different stakeholders, so to speak. I don't know if there's any other country in the world with such an interesting network. with many test centers and laboratories that complement each other and that can analyze how the different devices behave in terms of tides, in terms of waves, wind, and so on. We have some pilot plans as well in Spain. Some of them are number one in terms of connection to the grid. We have one in the Canary Islands, for example, and in Puerto Motrico as well, up here to the left. What we did here is, well, it had to be renewed and, well, somehow refurbished. So a wave energy plant was introduced. We've seen it's been working and operating for years. It's injecting power to the grid, and it's also being used as a sort of test area for wind turbines as well. The indoor labs I was referring to, we also have a really interesting network. I think that many experts in technology all over the world are actually coming to Spain to see our test areas. We have in Cantabria, some of them, we have in the Basque Country. So you see some pictures in the slide. These are some of the devices and equipment that have been developed and built in Spain. And well, what's the current situation? Well, as I said, we have some goals, our energy and climate comprehensive plan for 2021-2030. We have our roadmaps. We have our executive summaries. We are now lacking a regulatory framework, and we're also working hugely so that next generation and all of these recovery funds can be used for this and can cater for marine renewable sources of energy. Something was made last week, actually, to test the first pilot projects. So we're working on this, and we are actually setting or laying the grounds for developing this industry. As I said, marine wind turbines compared to other sea energies, well, we're talking of two different magnitudes and speeds, but both of them are catered for in the existing Spanish legislation. And our roadmap, in fact, establishes that I think it's 20, 30 different measures, more or less. And it also refers to some very specific and interesting issues, such as, for example, the need to produce a Spanish technological hub. In fact, the idea is very well defined. It's very clearly explained how to organize this, the growth of this industry. Let's not make the mistakes other technologies or other countries have made. Let's get the most out of the fact that, well, we are late, but at least if we are late, we can see what has not worked in other countries so that we don't make the same mistakes. What else? Consolidation, strengthening of our value chain. Well, as I was saying, this has very relevant industrial consequences. We cannot forget that. As for sustainability, marine biodiversity, this is one of the key issues in our roadmap. We cannot forget that. And these are the specific action lines. I don't know, there's some problem with the slide. I don't know why we can't see them all. But well, I'm not going to explain them in detail anyway. We can discuss them later on if you have any questions or comments about them. And then the jewel of the crown, floating wind turbines. Why is this the jewel of the crown? Well, because it's opened up all doors to developing this kind of energy sources in Spain. There are many technology experts who are, as I said before, out of those 38 that exist in the world, many of them are from Spain. So that's also very relevant. And also because this is an industrial entrepreneurial opportunity. It's unbelievable synergies with other industries, the naval industry, the maritime port sector, civil engineering. There are many fields of action, many industries, many sectors that can benefit from any development we make here. This is part of the floating solutions that are offered in Spain. They are out there in the world. They are at a demonstration stage. Still unreal scale projects, but well, the results are good and we are progressing towards a real scale and a more than possible development of wind plans for the next few years, 2030, 2040, and then even more in 2050. So what do we need now? As I said before, that regulatory framework, auctions, schedule, specific innovation framework. We need to keep on being as committed as we were some years ago, but well, this is a midterm and long-term proposal and commitment. Lots of investments have been made at a public and private level, and we now need to, well, carry on with that commitment so that we can make this fruitful and successful. We have to collaborate with ports and harbors. The whole of the value chain is going to play a very, very relevant role, at least if growth looks as it should look like. If this is the case, we're going to have to organize ourselves very, very well at a Spanish level to be able to build as much as we want to build and we're planning to build. That may be a handicap, but well. And well, I'm running out of time. Anyway, some of the industrial economic impact that this may have, we can analyze it in more detail later on during the discussion as well. Anyway, positive impact, that's clear. Wealth creation, jobs, technological, industrial, scientific growth, and so on. And just to conclude very briefly, opportunity, energy, industry at all levels, coexistence with other very relevant industry, that's a key issue. We need a dialogue with all of the other stakeholders. We need to get all of the local regional populations involved as well. We need to raise people's awareness. We need to inform everyone. And we also need financing and funding instruments. By the way, we are now looking at which could be more adequate. We talk about pre-commercial public purchasing and acquisition very frequently, where a public administration provides part of those funds, of the funds required. This is, well, there's much talk about that. This could be an option that public administration would own the technology and so on. Authorizations, permits, licenses, the resources that the administration needs as well to be able to actually process and implement those parks and all of the environmental impact studies. So we need human resources for that, for the administration to be able to implement all this, and for processing to be, well, not to be a bottleneck, to be quick and speedy. So at EU level, some things have been designed. Now with the war in Ukraine, some measures have been adopted to make all renewable projects more, well, speedier, so to speak, and more agile and so on. So single stop windows and, well, making as agile as possible everything behind authorizations and permits. There's no time to waste. We have to keep on with our commitment towards research, development, and innovation. We have to make things simpler, everything that regards processing and so on, reduce time to market and so on. Some of the sectors that may oppose this, at least initially, well, we have to see how we can convince them and how they can also contribute to issues like maintenance, or I don't know, the experience they've got in terms of working at sea and so on. At EU level, a clear political commitment that exists already. We need to keep on working that way. And, well, nothing more, I think. I don't know, there's a problem with my slides. We cannot see the logos. Well, anyway, APA Marina, we are about 20 members, companies and public regional bodies, technological centers, technologists, well, different sponsors and test centers. And all of us together are trying to actually strengthen this industry and explain the opportunity this means for Spain to the administration. And I'm going to leave it here because I know I'm running really, really late. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Beñat. Beñat gave us a few ideas, such as Spain is prepared for the arrival of renewable energies. There's starting to be some activity there, although it doesn't reach 1% of marine surface, with a lot of potential to develop these farms. If we want to advance and achieve climate neutrality by 2050, we have to look towards the sea, waves, currents, and the wind. It's an opportunity also for the associated sectors, for the naval sector, and unfortunately, there are still lots of developments in the testing phase. And something else, we don't have a continental platform, which means that we have to look at floating offshore wind. And in the field of engineering and development, there's been big progress by Spanish companies. Of the 30 developments that are out there, about 8 are Spanish technology. I'm going to tell you about a change. We had planned for Juan Bola to be speaking now, the Director of Operation of the Non-Peninsular Territorial Systems, but he's had a mishap. He's okay, but we have a luxury substitution. He's going to be José María Galatorri, head of the Department of Systems Operations from the Balearic Islands, and also from electrical grid, because insularity poses some specific challenges regarding electricity supply. It also conditions the transition model. So we hope to learn a lot with you, José María. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, allow me to thank the Mallorca Experience Week and also the Serra Group for its invitation to be here today. And secondly, although Antonio already said this, I want to apologize on behalf of Juan, because he was supposed to be here today, but he was unable because on Tuesday he had a physical incident that prevents him from traveling. It's not serious, but he can't be here with us. He had to come from the Canary Islands. He's the director of the non-peninsular territories, which are Balearic Islands, Canary Islands, Ceuta and Melilla. But today he couldn't be here with us, so I'll replace him. I'm sorry. Not because I have to speak, but because Juan is much taller, slimmer, younger, good-looking. Well, but we have to work with what we've got. So, in my presentation, what's most important in electrical systems, in any electrical system, you always need to have a balance between demand and generation. Any kilowatt being consumed in the system has to be produced at the same instant. And that's done by the system operator who has control over the whole situation. In my case, it's Red Eléctrica de España, Spanish electrical grid. And this is essential. So every time we turn on a light, one or several generators in the system have to increase their load. And when we turn it off, one or several generators have to lower their load. So the importance of this. And this means that electrical systems don't have the same size. There are countless electrical systems, of course. Some are very small and others are very large. For example, in non-peninsular territories, the smallest system we have is in El Hierro. It has peak demand of 7 megawatts. If we compare it with the Balearic system as a whole, it's 200 times larger than El Hierro. If we go to the Spanish Peninsula, it's 30 times larger than the Balearic Islands, but 6,000 times larger than El Hierro. And if we move up to Europe, we're talking about astronomical figures, 400 times bigger than the Balearic Islands and 78,000 times larger than El Hierro. So why do I say this? This is because the larger the systems are, the more stable they are. So therefore, guaranteed supply is easier in a larger system than in a smaller one. But small systems, I'm not saying they can be made bigger, they can't grow, but you can make them stable, just as stable as larger systems. And that's what's happened in the Balearic Islands. A few years ago, they had two isolated systems, isolated electrically. On the one hand, we had the Pitiusas Islands, Formentera, connected with two links, underwater links, and on the other hand, the larger islands, Mallorca, Menorca, also linked with an underwater cable. What happened in 2016? They made an interconnection between Mallorca and Ibiza, two underwater links, and what that has allowed is to unify the system. Now we have a large system. From two smaller ones, we have a larger system. But in turn, we connected Mallorca with the peninsula, a link between Morvedre in Valencia and Santa Ponsa. And this makes it a system that's still considered as a peninsular territory. It's not a non-peninsular territory connected to the peninsula. So now it's part of the same system. But we said that this doesn't happen in the Canary Islands. In the Canary Islands, there are 6 electrical systems. The smallest one is in El Hierro, as we mentioned, and then there's a system with 2 islands, Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, but the rest of the islands have a system that they have to manage themselves. So their generation has to cover the demand they have in their system. So look at the difference between one and the other. Why in the Canary Islands isn't there interconnection? Because the depths are so large that today technology doesn't allow you to lay down lines between these islands. We'll see later there will be one between La Gomera and Tenerife. But look at this. This is curious. In the Canary Islands, despite having isolated systems and with all the problems that we have managing renewables, renewables are already supplying 20% of their demand. But the parity between them is big. Last year, we're talking about 2022. La Gomera didn't have any. It still uses all fossil fuels, while El Hierro is at 48.5%. And then we have different values, but on average, it's 20%. What happens in the Balearic Islands is very different. Last year, just with renewable energy produced here in the islands, it's 6.6%. And last year, the photovoltaic farm was increased by 44%. So we're starting from very low values. Of course, in the Canary Islands, apart from photovoltaic, they have a lot of wind power, which here is practically non-existent. We have just a few turbines in Svilap, and that's all we have. But Balearic Islands have a very big advantage with respect to the Canary Islands, and it's that we're connected to the peninsula. And as we have this connection, the connection that we transfer from the peninsula to cover our demand here, there's a significant percentage that's above 40, 42, 45% of energy comes from renewable sources, wind, solar, and hydraulic. Therefore, even though that 6% is what's produced here, the percentage of coverage here, thanks to good connection with the peninsula, is higher than what we're talking about. The Canary Islands doesn't have, nor will it have, this possibility. But wind, solar power, renewables in general have a problem. Well, several challenges for the system operator. One is variability. Wind is blowing or it's not. Thermal plant, you can say, turn it on or off, you can control it. Not the wind. There could be wind one moment and none the other. We can see that in the graph. Stops and then it suddenly goes up. Here we have 100 megawatts. You can't really see the scales, but we're talking about variations of 100, 150 megawatts. These are graphs for the Canary Islands. on an island. You have to manage this. If we're saying that we need to have a permanent balance between demand and generation, if you raise or lower generation, demand is still constant. So I have to adjust the generation so that it's maintained because demand doesn't change. Unless I disconnect the demand, and then it is. But that's not going to happen, of course. But we also have uncertainty. Maybe I have 2 days that are the same, today and tomorrow. We have the solar curve, but then the following day there's none. Or when we're going through we have these clouds, the solar might be going up and down all day. This has to be managed. Of course, the fact renewables, this happens a lot. This has meant that a lot of stakeholders are involved that didn't used to be. And this has to be managed. Obviously, we have co-management on the network. There are plants that have to be evacuated, some can't be, of course. And of course, the performance of demand, nobody asks for permission to turn something on or off. Each person turns on and off whatever they want, whenever they want. It could be a lamp, or it could be a furnace with 100 megawatts of instant consumption. And that's the reality. And if we add to this self-consumption, where in real time we're not receiving anything at the control center. In the Balearic Islands right now, according to information from the government, there are around 100 megawatts of self-consumption. We're not receiving anything at the control center, about 2%. What does this mean? That this causes a problem for us, because what we're doing is production caused by solar and wind, reducing the demand. You're not covering the actual consumption in the Balearic Islands. So in the future, we'll have hybridization, which will have to be dealt with. And then also important, the DLRs, as we call them, which in short are the calculation of the line's capacity in real time. Before, the grid lines have capacity depending on the time of year, because it depends a lot on the temperature. However, what we want, due to research that's been carried out, we want to be able to calculate in real time that capacity, and that will allow us to operate those lines in a flexible way and use their full capacity. And now to guarantee the supply, which is what we're talking about. And we have to have the right tools. And what are they? Planning. We need to plan so that the systems are stable, safe, and that there are no supply interruptions. Let's guarantee supply. In planning, we always program everything that each system will need. For example, interconnections. In this planning, there will be a second link between the peninsula and the Balearic Islands, crucial for these islands, because it was more than double the energy that can come from the peninsula towards the Balearic Islands. So this is important, but they're also going to set up 2 circuits between Tenerife and La Gomera, which is one of the few things that can be set up there, just like there is between Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, and also 2 lines, 132 kilowatts between Ceuta and the peninsula. So all this will mean that renewable energy from the peninsula can flow there, as has been said this morning. And then we have storage, and specifically in the Canary Islands, we have in the construction phase the Salto de Chira, which will allow us, what's already happening in El Hierro, be able to use to the full potential renewable energy. in the Canary Islands right now, due to that expansion, they're limiting production because it doesn't fit in the system. If we had somewhere to store all that energy, and then it could be it'd be pumped to storage, and it could be drawn out when there are no resources or during the nighttime when there's no sun. This is essential to really carry this out. And of course, we have to continue committed to R&D and I, flexibilizing, automating, and digitalizing everything that can be in order to allow full flexibility of the grid without the need for building more, using what we have, in short. And it's clear that we also need to improve the forecasts of demand, forecasts of solar energy and wind energy. Just to finish, I'm going to give you the example of El Hierro. This is fundamental. The use in El Hierro has allowed it to reach 16% of the island, although it's very small. This is all with renewable energy, 56% in 2018. Last year, a bit less. There was a bit less wind, and we reached 48.5%. In total, more than 9,400 hours in El Hierro with demand covered with renewable energy. And I think that's important. We have to be committed to this. And as a result of that installation of these interconnections, we can have a Balearic system without the need to have too much fossil fuel generation or have it almost disappear. And that would be it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Yo creo que el recambio, aunque haya sido por accidente, ha sido...
Even though it's been by accident, we had a great replacement. I'm increasingly saying this. Young people are overestimated. I think we're going... But experience has to be valued. It's important. Young people bring more energy, which is probably what we'll be lacking among those of us who are getting older. José María gave the example of the island of Hierro. The investment was amortized much before the period that they'd expected. And it's a great example of how an island can become self-sufficient in energy supplies. Before the round table, we have one more speaker, Eva Saldaya, who's the executive director of Greenpeace. She's been there almost 2 years, leading the organization. She's one of the most veteran working in this country and the largest regarding number of members. The accounts are public and they do great work in transparency. They carry out peaceful direct action to communicate to society the situation we're in. And she herself, apart from the catastrophic messages, which are also important, she's also going to give us a positive message because there is a future and we have to build it together.
Hola. A ver si esto funciona.
Hello.
Aquí. Vamos para atrás. Bueno, lo primero, muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Creo que
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to be here. I think that these forums are really, really important. And also, it's not only that governments and companies are represented, but also the civil society. Greenpeace, with as many members as we have, turns us, well, we are independent, socially and economically and so on, and politically. So it's important to have us in these forums as well. And you have a very important environmentalist representation representation in Mallorca as well, and in the Balearic Islands, which I think make our presence in these discussions more interesting. You'll probably know what this piece of sea is because it's just around the corner. And well, because I'm the one to close the circle here, and after all of this information we've been given, let me try and, as I said, close the circle and, well, try and see how to give my speech in a way that brings us back to what I said at the beginning: think globally, act locally. This is relevant, and I also think that it's important the other way around, to think locally and act globally. So both directions are very relevant because the context we're going through is really, really difficult, with challenges that somehow and sometimes seem to be too far away, but are just part of our daily lives. So I have not agreed with Pau. We had not spoken before, so I've got the same slide. But well, anyway, we frequently speak of, and we've seen this morning, we speak of electrification, we talk of energy transition. That's what we are talking about this part of the morning. But then later on, after lunch and tomorrow as well, you will talk about some other issues and touch on some other subjects that are very relevant. And energy transition per se is not going to solve our problems. There are many, many elements that are part of the game and that have to do with those planet limits that Pau was explaining very well to us. So I'm not going to enter in depth into them. And well, basically, this turns all around this blue sphere. Either we go to Mars or there's no other place we can live on. And the most relevant question we have to pose to ourselves today is how we can, or what we have to do to sustain life in the Earth planet. What are the future generations going to do? The IPCC has already told us we're at red code alert for human beings. So either we really pull up our sleeves and start working on this to see how we can solve our problems, or this is going to be really, really hard. So, again, this brings me back to some of Pau's messages. It's important to think about the best scientific information available, but I think it's important to highlight here, he's explained very well everything about the impact climate change is having on us. Last year, for example, those 3 heat waves that we had consecutively with so huge forest fires, incredible numbers. We're starting with those fires again now when we're just in spring. It's not spring, really. We're already starting with those big forest fires. We're starting to see them around us. But anyway, we're talking about zero net for 2050. This is Europe, and this is a country in the global north. And from my position in Greenpeace, I think that I have to put more pressure on you. We should be talking about 2030 electrical system, 100% renewable, 2040 zero net. We have to speed up all of the process in place. Otherwise, I mean, I know what Endesa is going to tell me. It's impossible. Okay, that's the company with the monopoly here. But these are the figures. This is a biophysical issue. It's not a question of markets, rules affecting big corporations. It's something about biology and physics. As Beñat was saying, we are already late into quotation marks, and I would get rid of those quotation marks because I think it's really relevant that we realize of how goals are being accelerated, but we're not complying with them. We go to our COP meetings and we talk about 1.5 degrees and what we should change. Some countries do their homework, some others don't, but even those who do them based on figures, then that reduction of emissions is not really happening. Our country has designed a 23% reduction in emissions where we should be thinking of 50%. That should be our ambition, our goal. So it's just half of what we should opt for. We're reviewing the PNIEC as well. Let's see if we can actually think of the right figures that scientists are giving us. And let's see if we can set some better figures and actually comply with them. So challenges in terms of what we are doing for the environment. then in Greenpeace, we typically talk of what should we be more afraid of, an ocean with sharks or an ocean without sharks, because we are really losing many species. The rhythm in terms of loss of biodiversity and species is really huge, more than normal. It's taken us many years to have an oceans treaty. You've seen that our planet is like a big blue ball, 70% is water, but we've just protected 1% of our oceans. And it's taken us many years until just a couple of months ago. It's taken up many years to really have a treaty to protect at least 30% of our oceans for 2030. 30%, that's what scientists are telling us that we should achieve so that they could regenerate themselves. Well, that's been agreed. Let's see if we can comply with this. But we have to be clear about this. We citizens have to be clear about this, governments as well, and companies even more. And this is very relevant because climate change and everything around energy transition is sort of eating up everything that has to do with biodiversity. And if there is something that really matters here, is to protect what sustains life, what feeds us, what gives us the air we breathe, the refuge, shelter for people and indigenous communities and peoples living all over the world. That's what really makes our life habitable. So we're talking about energy transition and many other things, but we seem to be forgetting that there are tangible issues, plants, animals, oxygen that are also out there and that really matter. Then something else that's not been touched upon, Pau has mentioned it, that 1% of rich people who, I mean, when we talk about this, this is a crisis of inequalities. It's huge, an inequality that's, it means that 1% of our planet is polluting more than the rest of the planet. We see in the news, for example, petrol companies, we're talking about the war of Ukraine now, but years before that, we had a war of the capital against life. The war of Ukraine has arrived and it's just the end of the story. It's the end of it, the tip of the iceberg. But I mean, and obviously, fortunately, not for those living there because of the invasion, but all of a sudden, a movement has arisen. People seems to be starting to sort of wake up and say, oh, look at energy transition and what it means. And this is just talking about I mean, we've needed a war in Europe to actually reach this point. And when this happens, when we see people dying at our frontiers, then this is happening. But petrol companies, oil companies are really making huge benefits, 3,300 million euros per month additionally. That was before the war. I'm not going to think about the figure today. We also see that, for example, this year, the Arab Emirates, well, we will have the chair in the COP, we will have this man, the chair, the director of an oil company. So how are we going to believe that these international summits where the number of representatives of big corporations, oil companies, and so on, their numbers are bigger than those representing vulnerable countries? So how can we believe on this? It's complex, isn't it? Or Exxon data, for example, here's some news that claim that in the 70s, their scientists, they have more than money to pay whichever scientists they want to pay. They knew already that their business was going to produce the impact that's now causing the climate impact and change. And they tell you this as simply as that, no problem. But also EU taxonomy, when we talk about all these, okay, we have an economic financial part that has nothing to do with the Paris Agreement. So now we're being told that gas and nuclear energy are green energies. What is this doing and causing? This is making thousands of dollars, of euros, of money being invested in the opposite direction they should be invested into. Thousands of millions that we would need for a serious and real energy transition. And this is what we have. So when you think about this global part of the story, and by the way, I'm not saying the time here, I'm going to get lost and speak for a long time. Anyway, when we think about what's happening here and when we think about, okay, This is the conflict, this is the situation. What's the imaginable future? What can we wish for? What may really happen? What is the horizon we can wish for? Well, obviously the idea would be to look for something in between those planet limits and a fair life for all of us. Not for we in Spain or for the global north, for Europe. No, for everybody, globally, for everybody. We want to have a fair, just life for everybody, having access to energy, households, energy, food, health. It's not much what we're asking for, but we want that for everybody. So, well, with all this in mind, what are we actually seeing? We're seeing that we have a remilitarization. China and the US continuously fighting against each other. Brutal controversies. It's easy to imagine this. Hollywood is showing this to us very easily with these dystopias. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. So this is what's happening, but then we could also say, well, perhaps these big groups may come to an agreement and we may reach an era where world powers compete at some levels, but agree at some other levels, where we can have some open main economic options, where we can prevent some armed conflicts, well, more or less. Perhaps we can keep on working the way we're working, but improving some items. So that's one option. But what about moving to another model? Let's think, for example, if we say, okay, we're doing things terribly bad and we can do them a lot better. Maybe it's too optimistic, but can we imagine this new world? Can we imagine that we may come to a place where all those fair lives for everybody can be represented, where powers work together to avoid all of these effects, not to go beyond our planet limits, towards reducing inequality, towards protecting all of these problematic situations? Can we actually reach that point? Well, we have to see what we can achieve, because as I said before, the biggest question is to think about how we're going to sustain life in the Earth planet. For this, we need an ecological and feminist viewpoint, a perspective. What is the point of economy? Because the way we're using it today, there's no point in what we're doing. But could we have another energy system to solve our problems, or another economy? Or as I'm saying, the energy system, I don't know if we've realized so far, but the energy system today is being used for big companies to keep on having a monopoly and to keep on increasing their profits. That's what it's useful for, because the energy poverty level and threshold in Spain is increasing day after day. 3 out of every 4 families is entering into or far beyond that threshold. So we need that sort of crisis overlay. We need to think about this and what do we need within all of this crisis situation. We need to think if there's an alternative to growth, if there's one, if there are many, because this is something, I mean, we're typically told there's no option, no alternative to capitalism. We have to keep on growing. Renewables, we're now going to replace fossil energies with renewable energies, but we have to keep on growing. How are we going to keep on growing in a finite planet? How can we keep on infinitely growing in a planet that has some ends, that's finite? So, I mean, we have to think of some other options to go somewhere else. And to do that, we have to change our socio-economic model. A capitalist system that's based on principles that have to do with accumulating all of our wealth in just a small group, that's something that has to be changed. And the good news is that there are many options and formulae to change this. And there are many alternative models that are already in operation all over the world, many models, and all of them have some basic principles for that change, and that's what I'm going to focus on, and that's what I want to end with. What are the principles for that change? That's what should be at the roots of any speech you listen to from now on. When we take part in any decision-making process, when our citizens want to demand and ask for something, these are the key principles. These are the principles that feminist economy is explaining to us, things about living well, favoring a good growth. And there are many, many models all over the world that are testing some of the ways of doing things, and many of them are actually working. They are successful. So let's not let anyone tell us that there's just one possible model and that it has to be based on an infinite growth. So basically, we need to put life on top of economic interest and profit for any decision that we make. Life has to be above economic interests and profits. An equal distribution of wealth and power. This is what big corporations don't like. When we talk about, for example, collective self-consumption, dividends are reduced for these companies. But when we redistribute power and growth and change our energy model, we are creating another model that's more equal, that has a progressive taxation system. Pau was explaining to us, those of us who have lots of money, let's see how we can have some taxes, how we can have an equal tax system that moves towards a greener, more equal world. And let's see how we can share what we have. Welfare and well-being as a milestone is not GDP. It's welfare. Well-being, that has to be one of our milestones. And we need to have indicators that are really marking and telling us what that welfare is. Inclusion, equality, diversity. I mean, we don't speak about this frequently, but all vulnerable populations are affected by this. And this is the rural world, children, women, future generations. We have managed to have a fantastic citizen movement here in Spain, which has managed to bring to our parliament here in the Balearic Islands a proposal for some legislation that's going to hugely affect our future generations, and that should involve a radical change. And it's been approved by our government. That's fantastic. It's great. We now need to comply with that, and we need to comply with it based on these principles and criteria, because we are really putting our life at a huge risk in this planet. But well, our citizens have managed to achieve 200,000 signatures, I think it was, so that this is part of our legislation. And the Balearic Islands ends up being a sort of small planet with things like this. We're an island, and well, Red Electrica was explaining this to us. In the end, we have some specific features and characteristics that, well, we can speak of. This is the time I've got left, yes? Okay. Great, so anything. Anyway, I think that having some legislation that follows these lines can be useful to promote a better design and to think about what we have ahead of us when promoting all of these things. Resilience and community. Again, here we have to think about, okay, if we are an island and if we do not have an energy or food sovereignty, well, although the energy sovereignty can be solved because we are going to connect, I think it's in 2023, we're going to have our second interconnection, 2026, sorry. So with that, we should be able to finish with, for example, Endesa will finally close its thermal plant, and we should have space for energy communities, self-consumption, and so on. So we could make the system more democratic with all of this. Well, this is all we have to think about in order to have resilient communities and communities that really can work based on the adequate principles and criteria focused on our common well-being and on a circular economy that is there somehow, but slowly. It's not enough with putting this into a washing machine and circling it around. No, we have to start from scratch from the beginning. Let's decrease our level of consumption, our demand levels, because if we keep on doing things as we are doing them today, we're talking of 3 planets, and we don't have 3 planets. So this is why I was saying that this is something about biophysics. It's just about that. And transparency and clarity as well. I mean, we are in a world that is somehow, when I attend some discussions, some forums, and I have to talk to big corporations and the government, I always wonder, well, what I'm going to say, because they are saying, in the end, they're speech and discourse is the same, and that's fine when talking about it, but there's a huge wall when it comes to turning that into action. So we need a real transparency. I'd rather have a big corporation coming to me and tell me it's not so easy doing this. Yeah, you're right, it's not easy. Well, it's difficult with figures, we're having these problems. Okay, fine, let's talk about how much you want to earn with these, what your dividends should be, but what's happening there. So we need lots of transparency, lots of clarity, with no commercial bias, without commercial decisions being the ones marking what we have to do. We're going to put life above this. A real democracy. We've had, for example, some proposals and initiatives that have just entered into our world and have offered us a series of possibilities for these islands to be perceived differently and for this island system to be perceived differently. Fantastic. You've also had the Citizen Assembly for Climate, 53 proposals voted on, and well, our government has said that all of those approved with more than 90% of the votes will be implemented. I look at the proposal and I say, well, I hope so. I also wonder why they have not decided to opt for those that have been voted by more than 80%, because I mean, 90, 80 out of 53, that's nearly all of them. It would be better, wouldn't it? I just leave it there for you to consider. So this is what we need. Our citizens need to be the main features here in all of our systems. We need a real democracy, and this is an electoral year. We're going to go and vote. So we really need to read all of our programs. And this is not something that, it's not about parties, about choosing one or other. It's something we have to ask from everybody, our regions, our nation, everyone. We have to request from everyone that this is shared. It doesn't matter the party color. This is a national pact and agreement for humanity that we need to achieve. This is really, really important. Even if we just vote every 4 years, I mean, a real democracy needs to then take into account all of the decisions that are being made so that nobody laughs at us, so that we can be there and say, hey, I'm here, I want to be there, part of the decisions made around my life and the life of the future generations. Cooperation, mutual benefit. We spoke of alliances. We've spoken of many things. And I think that this is somehow part of everything we're talking about. We come from a capitalist world where we typically talk of competitiveness, competing with others, who's going to grow more than the others. And nature is showing to us that we need to talk of cooperation at all levels. At a global level, well, you cannot imagine the need we have of mutual support and cooperation. This is what we are being told. I mean, and this is what we need to do. I mean, people are telling me that I'm going to disappear, that I'm not going to exist as an island. Well, we have to do something about this. Responsibility, accountability. Obviously, I mean, we are now fighting with our state. Many things have been improved, but I think it's important not to leave even the smallest of prints. We have to really pay a lot of attention. In this PNIEC, for example, it's important to be there. We citizens want to be part of any dialogue, of any open dialogue, of anything, any option, so that our voice is heard, represented, and so that we can ensure that we are protecting life. And well, this has come up, and you'll hear about this in many of the talks we will be listening to, all of the revolutions ahead of us, what we have there. So we have been there. We have heard of many of the proposals spoken and presented by many of the speakers before me. It's clear that one of them has to do with the energy system, the electrical market, that huge energy transition we have to make. We have to get rid of fossil fuels. We have to prevent our taxonomy from being focused on all of these, gas, hydrogen. I mean, yeah, hydrogen is required and needed. It's going to play a role in our transition, but how much? And which way, how are we going to see fossil gas, natural gas entering into that equation as well? So there are many things there that have to be put on the table and considered. The most important one, reducing emissions drastically, hugely, abandoning fossil fuels, and from here on, start and think about a system based on renewable energies, but also democratic renewable energies, energies that are in the hands of people. And I think that's in the Balearic Islands. This is something very interesting as well. On the one hand, your municipalities are obliged to, well, including some planning and thinking about energy issues in their territorial plannings. This is very important so that we know when, where, how we're going to protect our territories against biodiversity so that people can also take part in that. And the other relevant thing that you have, I think, is also the fact that big projects need to have the participation of citizens as members. And this is also very, very relevant. I hope we can comply with that because, as I said, the most relevant thing about this system is that it does not play with the same rules that the fossil system used to play. Renewable energies have come to stay with us, to enter our lives, our households. They're part of our daily lives. They're closer to us in our roofs, whatever. So it's important for them to be a democratic system. A huge topic here with tourism. This is one of the issues you have to explore. You've talked of some limitations. It's true for entry, but you have to really think about what might happen there, whether you can diversify and perhaps, rethink everything that has to do with tourism in terms of, and what it means in terms of building, in terms of the world of developers and so on. I don't know. I imagine you are more than 1 million now. Imagine if you were 3. What are you going to do without energy and food sovereignty? How are you going to go on? And transport and mobility, this is another important issue. Greenpeace has today launched, we produced a report on private jets, jet planes, and I don't know if you know which is at the head of the list. It's the airport here in Palma, then the one in Ibiza, then the one in Madrid. Both, the two in the Balearic Islands are in position number 9 and 10 at EU level in terms of private airplanes. So yes, I mean, it's serious, really serious. Private jet planes, those 100% rich people, they are the biggest polluters, and well, they also use these planes, and we need a huge radical transformation of everything around our mobility systems. This is really, really important, and particularly in a system that's, well, for an island. We've spoken about infrastructures, about households, about everything that has to do with vulnerable populations, where we have more or higher dependence levels, fair lives, and so on. The primary system also, things that we typically forget, primary services, agriculture, farming, we typically forget about them, and we really have to reconsider and think about what we can do with that, how we're going to promote a transition towards an environmentally friendly and ecological, a citizen-based agricultural and farming system, everything that has to do with reducing our herds and so on. Soil, land, territory, democratic quality. I think what you're doing is really, really important and relevant here. And well, now that it's been done, well, it's important to comply with it. And then everything about taxation, redistribution of everything that we have, because what we have is this.
We carried out a study independent, well, just to give you an idea, with just 4.8% of GDP, we could go in green numbers and make very big investments during these years, 2, 3, 4 years, to completely turn around the ship around towards another direction. We're not talking about giant figures. Most of them have to do with political decisions. It's all in political decisions. It's not to do with money. Okay, so most of it doesn't cost that much, and what does cost between public and private, it can be done. Well, as I was saying, regulatory changes, it's 43.2%. Regulatory changes, investments or expenditure, 34.1%, and change of priorities of action, 22%. Public investment, 53%, and private investment, 46%. This is a study. I'll finish now. This is a study that obviously has to be updated because things change and decisions are made. Well, this is all the leadership we need, leadership for life, changing from rights for the few, benefits for the few, rights and benefits for all, with universal values and utopias. Let's think that we can move towards those desirable horizons. Why not? Let's go for it. Systemic view, we're eco-dependent and we're interrelated, all of us. And above all, pure life, I repeat. The most important question we have to answer is, how are we going to sustain life on this planet? So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eva. Don't leave, because we're going to continue with a panel discussion. Eva put on the table a lot of the issues that hadn't been mentioned earlier on. Some have. We don't have another planet. How are we going to be able to sustain life on Earth? She also mentioned another of the serious problems we're facing right now, which is the biodiversity crisis, along with the need to put life above financial benefits, well-being, inclusion, equality, distribution, resilience in community, transparency, and accountability. She also talked about how slowly administrations with political powers make decisions regarding climate change. Just to give you a couple of figures to remind you, the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change was approved on the Earth Summit in 1992. In 2009, we should have reached an agreement to support the Kyoto Protocol in Copenhagen. It wasn't possible. We had to wait until 2015 in Paris. And now, 2023, for 30 years have elapsed, and the Paris Agreement is still in the air. It was sold as a big success, but it still has to be implemented. So, without further ado, I'm going to invite up to the panel. You already know them, most of them: Pau, Ricardo Cortés, Elias Sanz, Eva Saldaña, and we're joined by Neus Sastre, who is the Vice President of the Association of Installers of the Balearic Islands. You can sit wherever you want, so they're all the same. I can sit, I'm going to sit at the edge, and I'm going to be as little invasive as possible. I'll throw out a question, but what we're most interested in is for you to dialogue among yourselves, because at the end of the day, you're representatives of several strata of Spanish society, ranging from research into climate change, activism, installation, or the world of energy, also including renewables. Last week, they approved AR6 by the IPCC, and it was, as said this morning, it was a diagnosis that's not very optimistic. Are we on the right path to solve the problem? But after everything I've heard this morning, I have opposed feelings. For example, Pau? We're much better than if there had been no Paris Agreement or Kyoto Agreement or UN Summit on Climate Change in 1992. I think that precisely when we face such crucial issues, it's very important to celebrate the steps taken, because every step is essential. And not acknowledging, recognizing steps when we have to climb a mountain may lead us to think that it's impossible to climb a mountain. But we are climbing the mountain. The thing is, there's still a lot to go. And I think that the next step, well, here I see a lot of people from the business sector and so on. They're convinced, obviously all civil society is convinced. And for me, my big concern coming from the field of science is, what do we do to communicate all this to the public? What do we do to communicate this sense of urgency when you're talking about climate emergency? How do we transfer this to our day-to-day lives? Thank you for mentioning the Citizens Assembly for the Climate, because I'm one of the promoters. I was fortunate to have organized it, and we have here people who have participated very actively in the Assembly. And the Assembly is a very important experience because it allows us to see that if you give the public information, give them a safe space to debate and inform themselves, they end up getting together and reaching very similar conclusions, coming from very different ideological and political corners. And I think that's something very important we've done in the Balearic Islands. We've done a lot of other important things too. But I think that showing that people are ready to listen, to reason, and then go beyond to make proposals and to express and explain them, I think that's very important. People from the Assembly are meeting. The Assembly is already finished. They're getting together to see what to do and how to communicate all those proposals to governments and the public. And that's what it's about, to make this change real, tangible, and that it connects with people's daily lives. I think that's the biggest challenge we have. But participation, citizenship, social conflicts. Ricardo, how can we... First of all, I'd like to connect this with the first question. Of course, we're also concerned, logically, about climate change. I think we're the only association that are participating in the manifesto by civil society against climate change, and it's one of the activities that moves us as a photovoltaic in the photovoltaic sector. And also, we believe that we're a technology that enables what you were mentioning, Eva, that proximity. We're very interested in launching energy communities and getting rid of administrative hurdles to get them launched as quickly as possible. We suffer when a photovoltaic farm takes more than 24 months from when the processing starts until it is actually launched. We also want those solar farms on land 100% comply with all the environmental impact declarations, and we even go beyond with our excellence certificate. We want to promote collective self-consumption in a significant way. We think it's very important that all citizens can have that possibility. Now, in residential, we have around low 30% of consumption of the total that we have in Spain. But it's also true that there's 47% of industry that is using self-consumption. 47% of industry. That's saving a lot of jobs. And we consider that in the future, it can also attract a lot of jobs through photovoltaic and that self-consumption, and also generate, quote, a small solution, unquote, for that empty Spain, so to speak. So we're completely aware. We also firmly believe in all this. We're involved in those movements that we're interested in. And we understand that renewables are that, our response, a very direct response. We often hear in meetings, someone always says, yes, but let's do something. And all these changes that you've mentioned today, we also have to add a quick implementation of renewables. And that's what we're working on. And in photovoltaic industry, we're simple. It's not a very complicated technology. We're apparently very simple, and the reality, that's the reality. And we're very close. There are a lot of possibilities of quickly installing it. My colleague here will probably mention this later. All this issue of self-consumption, we want to make it easier so it can be more quickly installed. We've managed to remove the construction license in most autonomous communities except the Basque Country. We also have a small bottleneck with installers, with the numbers we need to set them up, this self-consumption up quicker, both in industry and in residential or in agrivoltaic. We're working with agriculture starting to work with agriculture, not only in agrovoltaic, but we want it to be bioagrivoltaic. All the crop, it can be done under those panels. We want it also to be ecological, because if we're producing, we understand green energy, that we like the products produced to also be green. So that's what we're working on, and we want to continue working on this. And social conflict, I don't want to take up too much time. Evidently, there's certain social conflict. Our seal of excellence for land-based farms is not an invention by UNEF. It was worked on by 20 environmentalists, top-level people. They worked on that draft, and then it was consulted with large environmental organizations in this country, and they took on board most of those ideas. So it's a seal that can be constantly improved. It's very open, but it has that support. And in that sense, I think it's very interesting as a possibility. And of course, there are movements. It's something new. And the landscape issue sometimes has an impact. But in a way, we have the feeling that we have to do something. We have to lose a bit of landscape in exchange for having clean, green energy and advancing more rapidly in this process. Maybe it has to be done, but always with at least UNEF to mediate in any conflict, to talk to companies. We always try to talk to companies so that they do it the best way possible, because we don't want conflicts. We want to do things properly, environmentally speaking, regarding biodiversity, and also regarding self-consumption, so that the installations made are done correctly. And that's why we also have a quality seal for self-consumption, where if they have it, they have, so to speak, a guarantee of that the installation is properly done. Even though all installations and infrastructures have an impact, how can that impact be reduced? And would it be feasible? How would it be feasible to avoid social conflict? An issue that's been raised for many years in conservationist sectors and environmental defenders. I also want to point out something about the first question you made. I think it's true that we could be much worse, but we could also be much better. So when you talked about something that's easy to imagine, we could think about a different world. For me, what's key here is that the responsibility is shared, but they're also asymmetrical. It's not the public globally who has to be always thinking my responsibility. Well, they have their part of responsibility, of course. They also have to think that we can have a dignified life, maybe even better, because I see the current situation. I think, well, dignified life at the current pace, we're all up to our necks with cities full of pollution, with plastic products everywhere. We're probably going to have a better life if we move towards another model, but the responsibilities are asymmetrical. And what I mean by this is that the governments and companies have more responsibility than others, just like that 1% that's polluting more. So it's important that we think about how we do it so that these people who have asymmetrical responsibilities and who have more responsibility than the rest get to work and do it quickly. And at a global level, where, as you said before, for the first time that we're talking about climate justice. At the last COP, they talked for the first time about climate justice, and it starts to appear in papers, but climate justice is a lot. We're talking about North-South, we're talking about present and future generations, we're talking about funding, which is not released so that things can actually happen. So we're talking about a series of parameters that are important to manage them. Redistributive policies, progressive taxation, all this has to be implemented because we can't keep waiting, because that justice has to happen. Well, that on the one hand, and regarding conflicts in Spain, now I'll focus on what we're experiencing. We're going through a moment that's the most critical in a transition. At last, after years of having taxes, I don't believe this suddenly now. At last, we're getting down to it. We're going through the energy transition, something that we've been demanding at all levels because we have to reduce emissions. We're returning to the beginning to 1.5 degrees, reducing emissions, abandoning fossil fuels. We get there, and what do we find? Mainly, we find this responsibility of big corporations who want to do this transition, and they want to do it in their way, occupying and keeping most of the cake, switching fossil fuels for renewables, and invading territories. So here regulations start, they're late, the state doesn't have all the people it should have to manage all this. There are organizations who try to set criteria so it's done properly, and then the territory sees this, well, how much territory, where are you going to put all these renewables? And then when you look at the figures, things are a bit different from what you present to what's actually going to be installed and where. But this all requires a huge cultural change. There's an enormous cultural change. A change in the way of carrying out policies and implementing is huge. It's going to require a lot of people, a lot of dialogue, and a lot of work. I don't think these companies have to do it well. No, they have to do it in an excellent way, with biodiversity, with the territory, with the benefits that have to stay where these renewables are going to be implemented, because now it's not that huge infrastructure that can only be controlled by a big company. No, now it can be in the hands of anyone. So it's important that this is done in an excellent way, and it will require a lot of dialogue, conversations, design, planning, and municipalities play an essential role. Municipalities which will soon, well, we're all going to have the possibility of choosing who will govern us, who we delegate our sovereignty to, so that for 4 years they manage our shared assets, which is what politics should be about. You talked about cultural change. Installers are probably the closest to the ground. You're the ones who can take the pulse of citizens. How are you experiencing this in the Balearic Islands? The installation, self-consumption? Well, here we have several cases. Self-consumption in detached homes, people who want to install it are very convinced, so it can be implemented. When we start to see shared installations, then we go to neighbor associations. We have to go and explain what shared consumption means. And then also energy communities. That also means a change of mentality. And for us, as installer companies, we see that we're at a turning point, and we either explain it very well and communicate it well so the public understands it and want to do it participatively. Otherwise, the cake will be taken by all big companies. So we can have a redistributed system, but organized by the same people. So here, what we're trying as installer companies is to also communicate the message that it is possible to come into agreement and install solar panels. For example, communities of owners can have their tax ID and do it themselves and see what percentages. But if we have only a detached home, we're the only one. It's not that only people in detached homes can have solar panels, but no, the law allows this. And we can use a 2-kilometer radius, and then we can start with areas that are degraded, such as industrial areas. We're in an industrial estate in Marachi, and we've started with public-private collaboration, the municipal council, the government, and the Institute of Energy, and the business people of this estate. We've started to create energy products, not only solar panels, but all the management of the energy, which is very important to be able to reduce this consumption. Otherwise, if there's no proper management, we won't be where we want to be, because there's no good changing one thing for another. We don't change anything. We have to be efficient and know how to manage it well. And I'd like to defend something. When we talk about renewables that can be installed, we forget who is going to install them. And today, there are not enough people interested in this type of profession, and we have to make the profession much more attractive. And I'd also like, I'm not going to refer ourselves to as installers, but as energy agents, and because there's no gender in this in Spanish. So we're leaving half of the population out when we talk about an installer. We have to be much more inclusive, because that's what we need. And these are professions that have value, that can be part of the future, and they change, and they open up much more professions, such as explaining energy communities, people who can say, I'll put you in touch with installer, explain the regulations, see what subsidies there are. All the possibilities are very interesting, but we have to be able as a society to create these jobs and this training so that they join this workforce. Words are important. I'll take note of this energy agent to bear it in mind. Recently, the president of the government announced a significant investment in vocational training for the installation of renewable energy facilities and to promote renewables. I think it's important, but personally, what all people like is to feel valued. And if we consider that profession isn't valued, we won't see it as an option. I'd like to give you an example. 10 years ago, someone was a chef, and there were not many people interested. They did Master Chef. They started to explain what the profession is. It was valued. And now everyone wants to be a chef. Well, there's a lot more demand. So we have to do something. So unless we ourselves start to value the profession and communicate it, it's very difficult to communicate, to make it attractive. Beñat, during your presentation, you talked about different marine energies. I don't know if you want to say something first about the IPCC report, but in any event, what opportunities and what technologies remain to be seen in renewables? The world has changed a lot. Cities have changed. How will our seas, our coasts change with marine energy? Will they change? Maybe they won't. An interesting and complicated question. I believe that what we have to achieve is that if something changes, it should be to make it better. So what can change is surroundings, the quality of life, wealth, quality jobs, everything that can arise around the coast or the sea. That's one of the important parts that is offered by marine energy. Maintenance, training, I think is essential. In the marine renewable sector, there are already problems to find qualified people, qualified and experienced people in the sector. Of course, it's a sector that is starting, and it's not easy to find those people, but it's an opportunity, I insist. As at the level of training, and I wanted to connect this with what's being said, because renewables are here to stay, that's clear. We have to look at how we develop them. It might be true that we have to accelerate the pace, and the targets for 2030, 40, 50, they have to be, you have to speed things up to achieve them. Renewables, one of the things that is what it does is democratizes energy, distributed energy. Earlier on, you were saying that it's another of its strengths, and it can help not only to make energy distributed, but to rethink, for example, the empty Spain, or the madness of cities where there are increasingly more people, and then the rural areas are kind of set aside. So this energy redistribution, and also of the population and wealth, I think that redistribution, in that redistribution, renewables can and must do it, by creating, by settling the local population, creating opportunities for the rural world. And in this case, I think it's an issue that should be on the table, and it's one of the levers. I agree with what you were saying, that there has to be a rapid, urgent change. The scientific data have to be listened to. Sometimes they're scary. It's true that the reality is tough to look at, but we have to go in that direction. We have to quickly change. And to do that, I think renewables can make a contribution when they're well focused. Ricardo, I think you wanted to say something, and then when you want to speak, the idea is to have a dialogue. So make a signal, and I'll give you the. Regarding electric mobility in cities, there's huge work to be done. This country hasn't solved this by far. We have to start doing this and we believe that photovoltaic will play a big role. But regarding electric cars, or when we talk about green hydrogen or pumping, we're going to need renewables if we want to do things properly. But to do that, we also need storage, which is something that's been talked about. And we think that's essential to develop renewables and to be able to use them in the most adequate way. I think that's very important. Well, we're facing a huge challenge to transform cities, and in fact, big transformations in mobility in cities will come hand in hand with renewables and, above all, with solar energy. In fact, storage is always looked at as the big handicap and where there will be the biggest progress in the coming years. Well, before you're talking about Chida in Gran Canaria, where I think they have pumping, and also using batteries. It's not one thing or the other. We're going to need both, and we're going to need them a lot in the future. Eva? Well, I wanted to talk about offshore wind energy. I think it's an opportunity to prioritize sustainable uses of the sea. It's true that the plans have come a bit late with regard to what Europe was saying. It's a year late. This gives us a chance to do it better than what's been started on land. But if we focus on this prioritization of sustainable use, we're very critical here, aside from applauding the step, we're critical because dragnet fishing is still there. No, let's prioritize offshore wind energy and let's get rid of this destructive fishing technique, which is dragnet fishing. So I think it's an opportunity to do planning and set priorities which are important for a more sustainable fishing, which is more than 90% in this country. That uses more traditional, more careful fishing than large ships. The Spanish fleet is one of the largest world fleets, but its fishing technique in the short, medium term, and according to international treaties, doesn't make any sense in the world we want to head towards. I think this is the chance. 10 years ago, we presented a proposal for this 100 renewables for Spain with an energy mix. Of course, things have changed a lot, but there we saw the huge potential of offshore wind. It had potential to cover all the demand we have in Spain. It doesn't mean we have to install all of that, but that potential is there. So therefore, I think that planning it and having an analysis, but we're not talking about that, but it's very important. How much demand is necessary? Maybe we don't need to have the demand we have. This is a big issue. We're consuming at brutal levels, so let's analyze what the demand is and let's install, depending on that demand, enough to cover our needs. Let's not produce just for the sake of it, and then based on that, let's plan. You've touched on one of the important issues, managing demand. Otherwise, probably we'd consume everything that's offered to us and more. Nils, I think you wanted to say something. Planning is essential, and what we also find is that sometimes, depending on different territorial plannings, there's a conflict. We have climate change on one hand, encouraging the implementation of renewable energies, and then we have each municipal council has its own particular features. But then we have the provincial government, and maybe the three of them are opposing each other. And this means that the rules of the game aren't clear. Let's play, but tell me what I can and can't do. So I think it's very important for there to be a wide, broad dialogue between all these nations, to have single regulations and not have everyone with a specific characteristics. And we also have to be able, and it's not easy, to be fast and efficient, because sometimes if we do things fast and efficiently, we lose other values. But I think we are lacking this. We're in the middle of the energy transition. We're doing a lot of things, but very often the rules keep changing. Nils, you talked about the need for clear regulations. In theory, we're at the ideal time. We have a government that's declared itself ecologist. We have a vice presidency for the energy transition, which is one of the demands at the G5, 5 large conservationist organizations in this country. But however, there are still problems, there are still obstacles to make progress. So what's needed? What's the next step to make this change noticeable? I don't know if you want to say something, Pau. You were talking about taxation. There's a lot of things that have to be looked at, and we need a lot of imagination. I also have opposed feelings regarding the difficulty. There are things where we'll need a very big cultural change, but there are others where it won't be so much. But we have to insist on the need to change. When we insist on changing everything, it gives the impression that you won't be able to. You think that the energy coming to your home is solar or from a thermal plant. For you, it's not really a cultural change. I mean, we have to be aware that there are things that are easier to do, quote, easier than what we imagine. And when we talk about these things, we have to be careful. So we can't discourage people. That's something that worries me a lot. The immobility. People say, oh, we can't do anything. But it is true that there are many things that may seem absurd, but do happen. In Menorca, for example, I'm also a member of a project to decarbonize islands at a European level. We try to support different islands for the energy transition. And for example, in Menorca, you find that when you're giving authorizations for laying down installations, people from environmental department don't want to give permission on rural land because they say it goes across a road, and people from roads say, no, it can't go along roads because it's disruptive. Make it go 200 meters in towards the fields. So I think that being comical and sad at the same time it's paradigmatic of what we were saying before. It seems that we're not in carry out all the changes we need to do, which are many. We need to be aware of the seriousness of the situation and also of all the opportunities there are. And we need to be ready to make concessions, all of us. And in this sense, we have to get together and communicate this. Sometimes I talk to people from companies, governments, and it seems that there are people up there in top posts who have a very clear idea, but then the implementation of all this, secretaries, technicians, so somehow we have to reach out to people. We need to communicate knowledge and the debate to society. That's the key. How do we reach out to them? Well, Nils was talking about this dispersion in different criteria depending on the administrations between municipalities, one beside another. Ricardo, well, in the end, we need an administration to manage specifically this ecological transition. We've accelerated very quickly, and the administration, I think, this is my personal opinion, I think it didn't have the ability to quickly respond in particular to the next generation funds, that management, which, by the way, in my opinion, having a government which is clearly, when managing, sending out to the autonomous community this responsibility, in a way, quote, it seems that we're looking at the administration as if it was a 20th century administration, lets the autonomous community manage everything, and that it hand out those grants, but then it takes a long time to arrive. It causes frustration. If the subsidy for self-consumption takes a year to arrive, you talk to the next door neighbor and they say, well, I'm not going to ask for it because don't ask for it because it's not going to arrive. That can cause frustration and can even mean that the pace of growth could fall, for example, for self-consumption. So we need that not to happen, and we need to look for alternative formulas. We can look at things to do with income tax, things that are much more direct and quick. You don't have to give a subsidy to the autonomous community for it to manage it and take a year or more, or autonomous community that can, it would take 2 or more years to launch a renewables project for solar. But then to build it, it might take just 3 months. And the alternative, they say, is, well, let's do it faster. Let's reduce the environmental section. No, that's not what we want. Sometimes there are lots of procedures that don't have to be when you finish one, you start the other, but a lot of things could be done in parallel, and we could go much quicker. I think we have to rethink that part. It's very important for us to rethink it and do it quickly, because otherwise what we can find is that the citizen says the subsidy is taking ages, and it turns out that that money is there. And the administration, when it receives it, maybe there weren't enough people. Very usual situations, but we need the administration to be very active. Self-consumption, and I understand your thoughts on training and so on, and in this topic, because we have a lot at stake. We need people to know that this is going very fast. And we don't ask for subsidies, by the way. We don't ask for it at any time, but we understand that if they exist, you have to do it as quickly as possible. Later on, I'd like to ask about whether the utilities companies don't feel threatened by the growing need to be self-sufficient in our homes. I'll ask you later. Now I'm going to give the floor to Eva. Well, I wanted to comment on what Pau said. To believe is to create. What we're lacking, and it's normal because I think we all have a learning curve for something that's new. And we have to see what happens, how we reach out to the citizens and how we do it. But what's key is that the public is the protagonist. So not these depressing dystopias or impossible utopias, these ecotopias, those horizons that we can actually build between us all, sustainable, built between citizens, to have a state-level but mainly empowerment. So where people say, wow, I'm a part of the solution. I've been able to agree on something with someone who I had never met before, or we didn't understand this thing about climate change. Well, that's where we have to go so that we could all believe in it. And I carry on repeating what I said about asymmetrical responsibilities, but we should increasingly be able to do that. I think that's important. And then there's something else. You're talking about the vice presidency. We achieved the vice presidency. Teresa, with all her team, is making a huge effort. Some things better, other things not. Sometimes we argue, but for us, the vice presidency, our dream to have it was for it to be an umbrella for all the policies happening in other ministries. And what isn't happening is that there's a global interconnection of everything working at a state level. So you find the Ministry of Ecological Transition is moving this way, and you find that Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture going in the opposite direction. So it's not actually working. it's important. It's not only for it to be a state agreement. When the government acts, it acts with all its policies in line, Ministry of Industry, Energy Transition, because the competences are distributed. And however, all ministries are touched by this issue. Above all, there's a climate emergency that touches everyone, everywhere. It's a cross-cutting issue. Beñat, I don't know if you want to... There's a lot of ideas, and I agree with almost all of them. Well, to mention something, the human resources needed by the administration to launch and do quicker all the permissions and coordinate. Well, on the one hand, we have increasing resources, having more efficient resources in the administration to promote these projects, accelerate them. And then I also believe, and you mentioned this, coordination between different regional, provincial, local governments. That's also work, and there's a lot to be improved there. And maybe we have to stress the climate emergency more. We have to repeat it a lot more so that we're all aware that we're in a borderline situation. There's no going back. We have to move in that direction quickly, and that all forces at business, state, technological level, they all have to move in that direction. But it's true that we have to insist. I don't think it's easy. Also, the role of society as a consumer and as citizens would have to look at how many people are ready to prepare to reduce consumption, not only. And all of that is very important. We all have to get involved. Scientists, conservationist groups, everyone has something to say to make us all aware among the public, but also politicians, entrepreneurs, all sectors. Beñat, we're all much more ecologists when we have to roll up our sleeves and get down to work. We've got 5.5 minutes left. Ricardo wanted to say something. And if you respond, if you see your business threatened by self-consumption, no, because for a long time, because companies weren't very favorable of citizens doing this. Well, there's a misunderstanding there, I think. UNEF is an organization that represents 780 companies, and it has large companies, medium-sized companies, and small companies of installers. There are many medium and small-sized companies. So we have self-consumption. We have two souls, the self-consumption and who do you love more, mommy or daddy? No, both the same. I love both of them equally. So in that respect, as I was saying, we always reach agreements, and within all those 780 is take a position with regard to the position of solar energy. Well, do we have legislation for this progress, or do we need more public-private collaboration? But we don't have much time. So what I want is for you to send out a message, and if possible, it might have a negative side, but leave us a positive taste, things that can be done. You have a minute each, and that way we would use up slightly more time that we have remaining, which are 4 minutes. So just 5 minutes. We'll start with Beñat. You want to be last? I just spoke. Okay, I'll start. In debates, the final minute is the golden minute. Oh, well, I'll start. When you started the session today, you were saying that last week we carried out an activity in the El Corte Inglés shopping center. They were starting their spring campaign, where we hacked message, their publicity message, and we said now there'll never be spring. It was to highlight this IPCC report and to raise awareness about it. And I think what's hopeful, disruptive project it could be if among all of us we could try and bring back the spring season. We have to go out there as citizens, as a state and as companies and think, how could we bring back the spring between us all and to make something beautiful? So I'll end by saying that for me, maybe in this country with all these challenges, sometimes we feel pessimistic. I think that's no use. It's a form of laziness. Maybe optimism is a bit naive because the challenge is very big, but I would like to say, maybe this is also the story of Greenpeace. Let's put our hope in our action. That's what will propel us forwards, and let's put our hopes in action, and let's not lose sight of that. Beñat? I'd like to highlight two ideas: challenges for society, for the business world, at a political level, also each one with their own weight, as you were saying. And faced with these challenges, opportunities, we need to know how to take advantage of them. We have to choose well at all levels. We're at a key moment. And for that, I'd like to insist on the climate emergency so that each person at their own level can make the correct decisions, thinking about the medium, long term and the next generations. News? I think what's been clear throughout the morning is that energy is a cross-cutting value. I'd say that it's even related to the level of well-being that we have in our societies. So if we want to continue having this level of well-being, we have to see how to optimize all those resources. We have to be much more efficient and then do it with renewable energy. And for that, we have to forget about, we need training. 10 years ago, almost none of our members knew what a solar panel was or a turbine. Now 90% of people know what it is, and that, that there's business there. And we also need to know how to communicate this. My big deficit is how we communicate it. But this communication coming from environmental journalism, we can give you a hand, because we've been defending these kind of contents for many years. And communication is fundamental to make things understood and to make decisions. Ricardo? Well, we've said this often, where we're going through a climate emergency. Renewables are a very important response to this situation. We consider that solar energy, which is growing at a global energy, is the one that's most growing at worldwide level. And it's a response. We have many challenges ahead. We'd like to have legal security in the future. We'd like the paperwork to be much quicker, to install solar panels much quicker, and so the solar sector can respond quickly to the challenges we're facing. And all these challenges have to be faced together. There has to be based on dialogue, trust, and this public-private partnership with this target of sustainable development. 30 seconds. I think we have to alert people about what's happening. We have to seduce, explaining the benefits in terms of well-being that this transition will bring. And we, above all, we have to leave this room. We have to move out of the spaces where we're talking about these things to reach out to the rest of the people. I think above all, the message is that each one of us has to be a multiplier of what we're talking about here today. Precisely about these opportunities, people here from many companies and sectors, and they are in contact with other similar companies, but they don't include these matters. But that's what it's about communicating. It's about multiplying, about summing and acting against a problem that's not only urgent, but there's a lot at stake. And these types of forums, we can help to realize the reality we're in, and also that there people who are committed to this change, but that we still have to bring together many more people. We have to bring together Spanish society to bring about that transformational change that will allow us to not lose the spring season and have the 4 seasons. Just a figure, yesterday, the General Assembly of the United Nations asked the International Justice Tribunal the legal opinion on how countries act against climate change. It's true that it won't be legally binding, but it's a very strong signal about how the international community, and in particular the United Nations, is aware of the seriousness of the problem. So for my part, that's it. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure to be here with you throughout this morning in Inca. I'd like to again congratulate Joserra for setting up this initiative, not only for setting it up, but also for maintaining it. Very often what's important isn't arriving, but it's staying there. And above all, turning it into a forum to share ideas, to dialogue, and to negotiate. But in all negotiation, you always have to give. So that ends this morning's sessions. This afternoon and tomorrow we'll probably hear lots of valuable information. I'd like to thank you and those who have followed us via streaming. That's one of the big advantages of the internet. So thank you very much, and see you at the 5th forum.